delay here. We're just setting things up. You know, it's always the first show of the DPC that's never really goes quite as smoothly as you envisioned it a couple of weeks ago. But welcome, everyone. It was just, under 2 months ago here, wasn't it, Mr. Truman, when we saw Tundra claim the Aegis, and we're already kicking it off again. DPC, it rests, but only for what feels like 2 days before we're already getting ready to go here. This time, over in the C region is where we're going to be taking up the sword and the proverbial shield, because I don't own any swords. But welcome, everyone. This is the
I actually do own a couple of swords.
Oh, do you? Secret Strike and DK Truman going to be kicking it off here for you today. Real quick before we get started, thank you guys so much for tuning in for our qualifier coverage. We have a lot of stuff in store for you this season, as ePools is going to be doing the C broadcast for you guys in the English language. So thank you guys very much for tuning in, and we can't wait to show you what we have in store. But for now, of course, we need to set the stage, DK Truman. We need 8 teams in Division 1 and a further 8 in Division 2. Right now, I'm not exactly sure how many slots we're playing for as far as Division 2. Obviously, each qualifier is going to get 2 teams to go through into the closed qualifiers, and from there, for the closed qualifiers, we'll see how many teams are actually going to get promoted into that Division 2 spot.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. Of course, one of the first times where you have the open qualifiers where the last match is even going to get played because of seeding purposes. So we're going to have a lot of Dota in the next 2 weeks because we're doing it all back to back. And then we got a pretty lengthy break immediately afterwards again because, for obvious reasons, we all want to have our Christmas break in between, and then the DPC will really start.
That's right. We're kicking things off, I believe, second week of January. I think it was the 8th or the 11th. I got on one of my calendars somewhere. But closed qualifiers are going to begin the 19th. So we've got a lot of Dota to be played. So make sure you guys drop us a follow here on the channel if you're not already to get notified when we go live. We can see on your screens now here a little bit of a sort of a bracket preview. Let me go ahead and lower my microphone just a little bit. A little bit of a bracket preview for you guys. We can see what's going on here. There's a couple of matches. I think it looks like we did end up getting above 32 teams. So you can see the round of 64. Most of these are walkovers, as they just simply didn't get a matchup. But we do have a couple round of 64 games being played now.
There's only one.
Like oh yeah, look, this team didn't check in.
They had 2 default wins.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
So it's only Team M11 versus Wallop, and that one is right now in the draft.
Okay, well, maybe we can jump into that one, as we'll try and find it here in the ticket. We're just going off of Dota TV here, guys, in the ticket, so not to worry a touch. Went on to that live chat interaction. Oh, yes, thank you very much for that party invite. What are we looking for? Oh, I will watch this game, absolutely. A couple of things, though. I think some small surprises as far as the teams that are playing in this one. I think I saw, what was it? Lil Gun.
Neon
is in here, aren't they?
Lil Gun, Neon.
Neon.
There were some more names that ring M11, obviously, that we're watching right now. They are playing with Ifrit, which is pretty nice.
Oh, there's a Lil Gun here.
Hashtag Reaper. YG. Oh, YG versus Lil Gun is next. That's actually a really good match.
The Yangon Galacticos. Very, very fun. This was always a very strong team as well. Of course, Neon. It's always funny seeing what people sign up for on the ePools platform and what name they use compared to the official DPC names.
Yeah, there's also one team, Atomic Esports, that consists completely of ePools Prime players. That's the only team that consists completely of ePools Prime players. So if we have a chance, we're definitely going to highlight their team specifically.
Yes, that's very true.
For obvious biased reasons.
Yes, very true. We're very biased here on the ePools platform. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just taking a look through the team flags. There's a Malaysian team. Yeah, 3 Malaysian players here. Team Virgo. Very cool.
I mean, to be fair, most Malaysians are already in the tournament, or they moved across the entire world.
Yes. That is true. I remember last season casting NA Div 2, we had a couple of Singaporeans. Specifically, I'm thinking of Fixers. I don't know if he's playing this year. I should pop by his stream and ask and check out what his plans are. But it's always pretty cool to keep up with players that, they want to play Dota competitively and they decide to travel to another region. That's quite the commitment.
Yeah, Alliance's lineup this year looks interesting.
Yes, it does. Yeah, they've got the Alliance Latsum roster as well, which I believe you'd be referencing there, right?
You got the Latam, which is, I think, Old Tempest. And you got Alliance, where they have Chaoyu and Ponlo, I think.
Oh. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Ponlo's on a team. He got signed by Alliance EU, if I'm not mistaken there.
It's kind of interesting to see Chiwon back, actually. So that's going to definitely be an interesting sight to see, because he hasn't played for about a year.
Yeah, I see already a couple people in chat asking about Lilgun, because they did have a slot from last season. It seems like they gave that slot to a different team, and we'll get more information on that as it becomes publicly available. But for now, they are in the open qualifiers. That's right. So we are not seeing that wrong. Just trying to make sure we can actually get into this game here. Sorry about this, folks. It's always a little bit sometimes difficult. Let me see here.
And Nerd, as someone mentioned in chat, they got Young God. They got a pretty good lineup. Oh, that's it seems Yamate as well. It's hard to really find out who's playing on the team, considering everyone's using different names.
Yes, very true.
So once the game actually starts, you'll just randomly see the actual pro names that they have and be like, oh my god, he's in this team.
It is always a bit funny. All right, I'm just remembering how I get into the back office here to spectate the game. Where is it? How do I do this?
Well, I'm looking very much forward towards these open qualifiers. Of course, I'm also looking forward towards the DPC, because Southeast Asia has some pretty interesting teams. New orgs joining the scene and whatnot. And old orgs, of course, with still very strong rosters. There are a couple of players that went to China and, as I mentioned, to EU. But there's also Xnova that came back the other route. So Xnova playing in Southeast Asia is... I mean, that's for me one of my favorite things, because I'm a big Xnova fan.
He's coming home. Yeah, I caught him in Singapore after, of course, the team was eliminated, and he was walking around. Maybe he liked, and maybe got a little bit, I don't know about homesick, but walking around the streets of Singapore, and went, you know what, maybe I will stick around in Southeast Asia. Who knows? But yeah, that was a pretty exciting. Obviously, now we're talking about China when we're doing the C qualifiers, but that was a pretty exciting roster. Because they had Ghost as well with him. I wonder what Ghost is going to be doing, whether or not he's going to be staying in China. I haven't actually checked on that. But he's also another Malaysian safe lane carry player. They were used to lane together on that roster, I believe. Yeah, that was fun. He didn't make it to Arlington Major, unfortunately. They did have visa issues, so he never really got to have like a really big debut on that team, which is always kind of a shame.
He'll get his chance in one of the other ones, because let's see, what team is he on? He's on Extreme Gaming right now.
Okay.
With Papa, JT, PIW, and DY.
Oh, goodness.
No, JT, another one of those Malaysian players, and he's also on Extreme Gaming.
Oh, lots of Malaysian pride, Malaysia Belay. All right, we got to jump into a match here, Truman. I'm trying my best, but we have changed the way that the bot logs work. I forgot. I thought it was still the same. You gotta get the bot log in, to spectate. There's a way to like manually spectate these matches on the ticket with the ID, but I've forgotten how to do that. But that's fine. What do you think? You wanna check up on Team M11? How about that?
I've been in our game for the last 5 minutes.
What the heck? I was.
Didn't you get a join game? Blah blah
I
blah.
did,
You
I
even
did,
said
and
it.
then I stared at this silencer face. Look, I'll show everyone. I stared at this silencer face for 5 minutes, and then it booted me back to the menu.
Well, the ticket is available in general if you go to tournaments.
I know. I mean, I'm staring back at the silencer face now, waiting to get back into the match. Hopefully, we'll...
I guess disconnect.
Oh.
Console disconnect.
Wait, you are in a game right now? Are you?
I am in a game.
What is this, man? Let me in.
Okay. Valve, please fix.
I'm once again at silencer screen. Give me a second. We're just gonna relaunch Dota. This happens every now and then, ladies and gentlemen. Not to worry. Not to worry. I see you're
The other games are now also starting, so the next round is on its way. I still hate the fact that you can only see 4 games in the ticket thing.
Yes, that's also a problem we're facing. And DK Truman, normally I wouldn't point this out on a very professional broadcast, but you put your glass of water down, and all of a sudden your microphone is fixed. It was much louder now.
Okay, that's magic.
I did have to turn you down, hence chat's reaction there. Okay, watch now, tournaments, scroll, view, team M11. Let's get in there. All right, momentarily, ladies and gentlemen, long have we waited, and still we wait a little bit because I'm still at this screen. You're actually spectating a match?
Yeah, I'm actually in the game right now. Try one of the other games. There's like 4 games up.
Yeah, I will try another one. It won't let me in, man. Please, Gaben. I subscribe to Dota Plus.
I give you my $3 a month.
I pay the Dota taxes. Well, we're gonna get here shortly, guys. Thanks for dealing with this for now. I don't know if I can get into any. We'll just give the old Steam a reboot here. Maybe that'll fix it. We got some kobolds in the Dota pipes right now.
Currently, there's also Atomic Esports versus Dreamwalker, TMV versus Kobolds, and Hiraya Esports versus RZ Esports. And I do not recognize. Well, Kobolds, I recognize the name, but yeah. The players is a little bit tough. Oh, Hiraya Esports, they have Divines, and they're playing against a top 500 team.
That's a little rough for sure. All right, watch now.
Ooh, that Atomic Esports that I was talking about, the guys that all have Prime. They have 3 top 100 players, and the other 2 players are top 200, top 300. That's a pretty good team.
Where is... Yes, we'll look back. We'll give the people something to look at here. Back to the bracket, why not? What are you looking at here? Which team were you just speaking about?
There's a team Atomic Esports.
Ah, yes, versus Dreamwalker.
Yeah, that's a pretty good team. Oh wait, there more. Did Neon get a free win? Or no? Never mind. I'm blind.
No, not yet. Looks like they're still in game. Am I just? What happens? You cast a TI and then Valve doesn't let you back into the qualifiers? What's this? Come on, let me in.
It's what? Still not letting you in?
Maybe let me just try and watch any game real quick. Maybe it's I'm not loading the map or something like that. But yeah, this is wild.
Well, the draft is finished.
What do we got? What are we looking at here, Truman?
We got one side with a Marana, Ember, Hoodwink, Brood, and Nature's Prophet. Ifrit's playing NP as their safe laner. And on the other side, we got Disruptor, Tusk, Shadow Fiend, Bloodseeker, and Slardar. So that's interesting.
I'm gonna try and demo the map here. I can't watch any game right now, not even like the pubs. Sorry about this, guys. Normally, when you set up the show, you know, you put all the logos where they need to be and do all those kinds of things. And normally, Dota always works. I've never had this happen to me before.
Team Wallop has Rusman, Yabi, and Azura. Azure 4. I assume Azura.
Always need more.
Okay. Sorry, you're hearing Drow Ranger in the background, guys. Just making sure my Dota map is correct. I can load the map of Dota, Truman. So we're getting somewhere. It exists. Oh.
Well, at the very least, I'm watching the game now.
I'm jealous. Atomic Esports versus Dreamwalker. Come on, please. I think I maybe found the right one at last. Maybe I was spectating a fake lobby or something like that. I'm still at this loading screen, man. I'm getting absolutely trolled right now. I can't believe it.
That's just strange.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I wish I would get let in.
Normally, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'll just restart my PC," but that's kind of tough with the stream on.
Hard to do right now. Yeah, unplug the router is a little bit of a spicy move to pull. Wouldn't want anyone to have to reconnect here. But sorry about this, guys. We're trying to get this to work. I promise, but I can't get into any Dota game right now. I have no idea what's going on. What else can I try, man, without restarting my computer and killing the streams? Oh, all right. Okay. This is an option. Give us a second here. I think we can make do with this. We can actually make do with this. I just need
until a solution has been found.
Yes.
Okay, it's not 100% perfect.
It's pretty rough actually. It's pretty rough. Hold on. Let me set up the scene at least so we can actually get in there. A little bit of OBS magic on the fly, if you will.
Okay, so Tusk for me is invisible, and Hoodwink is a tail with a crossbow.
What is going on? We can't have this. This can't be. Why is everyone's Dota broken right now? Okay. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this, hide this, and then we wanna full screen it. Oh geez, this is what we want. And then you got DK Truman and I up here, like it's some sort of. What do they? Don't they always have this in Korean or Japanese TV shows where they have like the reaction camera in the top left? There we are. Jesus. Okay. All right. So this is an audible. We're gonna be working on a permanent solution. I apologize about this, friends, but at least we have a game.
Tusk is actually invisible. Like. This is really weird.
As you can see, there's a lot of funny business going on for now.
Can't even select them.
And you missed first blood.
Hey, my camera work is the worst.
Well, it's better than
we
mine.
do have interesting matchups. These are all pretty high-ranked immortals up against each other, so it should be a very close game. And Ifrit is playing the Nature's Prophet safe lane.
MP
I've seen
safe
some
is
bounty
back.
hunter safe lanes coming in, which is terrifying.
That is interesting. You know, Bounty Hunter's been one of these heroes that just keeps getting more and more buffs, and eventually there's just going to be one day where he gets the buff that puts him over the edge, and we'll be having him every game. I do think carry is probably the best position to put him in right now, actually, this hero, because I think some teams have experimented with him in the off lane, and it's just looked not good. Because he just does damage, right? That was the build I've always seen, was the Ag Scepter, sometimes even Aether Lens build.
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter is pretty nasty. I've seen some mid bounty hunters also go absolutely nuts with just the straight up damage if you get it quickly rushed.
Yep.
But in terms of like utility, it gives vision. That's all bounty hunter really does. So not really that viable. Maybe as a position 4 in some cases if you're up against like a life stealer or something, it could be pretty solid. But for the most part, it still is not that great of a hero.
Okay. Sorry about the Microsoft Teams noise. Just had to message someone for support, and I've received support. I always forget how to do this for the very first qualifier, for every first game of the first qualifier. For those of you just tuning in, not to worry. We're getting a permanent solution here. You get your man giving me the stream live from the Netherlands as I am re-verifying my Dota 2 cache right now, just to make sure everything is in working order, and then we'll go ahead and get that nice 1080p quality for you guys. But here we have our one of the first matches we're watching. We're still in the best of 1 phase right now in this qualifier. That's a nice little attempt mid. My God, Hoodwink does so much damage.
And are you happy? He's got level 2 Searing Chains. Misses it, though, and Azura stays alive because of it.
Yeah, even a couple of nice Shadow Raises on the way out for that efficiency as the salve was delivered. It's a nice little bit of luck here. And look at this. I mean, this is why it's such a big deal for your supports to rotate mid, right? One little failed kill attempt. They do at least cancel the salve, but all of a sudden, you know, advantage for SF here in the lane, right? He gets the Water Rune, and he sends the Ember packing. He's going to die a couple of creeps underneath his own tower, or at least stop him from getting CS, which is very painful.
Yeah, and SF, if you get a couple of those rays connecting at this stage with level 3, it does become very deadly. Flappy tries to rotate through. If you hit the root, you could get a nice kill secured as well. If it takes down Rusman, because...
Rusman, no.
Yeah, he's a melee against 2 ranged. It's not fun.
This seems like a really, really tough lane to be a Slardar in. I cannot tell a lie. This is, I mean, what do you do have the Tusk at least to maybe help you close the gap, but if you don't get it right, you're in trouble. Not to mention, of course, I mean, you do have the Quelling Blade, but even just a Sprout can be super, super annoying for you to deal with. We're checking some ranks.
Oh, Rusman's 77. 78 and 87.
This is
so
a really,
both these really good stack.
High skill matchup. Can you click the, yeah, okay, never mind. I can see our Hoodwink does indeed have, oh no, it's probably the MP with Blightstone, isn't it? I saw someone had the debuff. Yeah, okay, so full treads and then straight into Midas is going to be the build here. I always remember, who is it? What's that guy's name? Not Hakoda. Dahawk is what we're looking for, right? Really pioneering the carry. Nature's Prophet back at the Stockholm Major. I used to have his build memorized. That guy, he fascinates me. He's one of those players that just has a style. He's got this mentality about playing Dota, about approaching the game and buying items and playing certain heroes certain ways. And I think it's really interesting to kind of examine what he thinks is good and what he thinks works. So I'd be curious to see what he's pubbing right now, if he's playing the Nature's Prophet carry or if this is just maybe something a little bit more common.
Well, Visage isn't that great anymore, so it's slightly less fortunate for him in this current patch. I guess Lycan would still be a hero that he'd love to play, but the Hoodwink in the meantime is in a lot of trouble. Can he get away? Yes, he can. Nice block from Ifrit as well, and that's the advantage of having a very good Nature's Prophet player.
That it is. We're going to be out of there. And I think every minute that goes on where this Slardar, you know, at this stage of the game, he's normally trying to kick the enemy safe laner into the jungle and just doing overwhelming damage, looking to pick up kills opportunistically with his support. I mean, it's just, it sucks. It's not a fun Slardar game. And he's up against a Broodmother as well, which has got to be terrible. As you know, like, you're just going to get kited up and down these cliffs as a Slardar, and there's, I think, no way, really. They've got some really big Brood problems, you know, is what I'm basically getting at here.
Nothing a Rupture can't fix.
That's fair. That is fair.
But yeah, this Roosman Slardar is definitely not having a fun lane. Are you happy? Both mid lane is not that farmed either. But the big problem is you're going to get split this game so heavily between a Brood and an Aegis Prophet. They're constantly going to try and push your side lanes.
Yeah, that can't be fun.
No top lane. Oh, there it is. Rupture, Glimpse, dead.
All right. Maybe they don't have any issues then.
I mean, once the lot of spiders come out, it becomes painful to kill those spiders for them.
Yes, it will. For now, looks like it's not too big of an issue. Okay.
Yabi, arrow does connect. And it will be a kill for the Ember. His first kill has been secured. He actually doesn't even have a point in Flame Guard. So this build is a heavy kill build, fighting build, but it's not great for farming. So you constantly need to be hunting for kills. You do have Mirana, so you can hit that Sacred Arrow every time if you get the Searing Chains route. But it is always a bit on the scarier side if you cannot find the engagements. So it's really on Wallop to try and dodge the Ember Spirit at this stage. And then he should fall behind in terms of net worth.
Oh. Is that another Rupture I heard? It was. Mirana's dead. No running. No running for her. There, that's the one I'm looking for.
Oh, Brood Mama going for the pipe. That's just going to be aura building Brood. No Orchid Rush shenanigans. Oh, unfortunate Ice Shard's block attempt. Not that it would have mattered too much, but it is Ifrit done with the full hand of Midas.
Yeah, and straight into the Maelstrom is going to be the itemization for him. Oh, that's another kill on the Broodmother. Really good focus. I mean, I addressed the spider situation about this draft, and that's certainly what Dire are doing now. Really focusing down and making sure that the Brood is not going to be able to take over the lane with great ease. Oh my goodness, please.
Well, double damage Ember does not hit the root onto the Tusk. So that's a little bit of a lucky situation for the Tusk. Now he does get rooted. Problem is there is no Mirana nearby. He instead wants to use his arrow to farm up some creeps in the jungle. Also, I think the Hawk joined Hellraisers.
Oh, did he? Speaking of.
Because Bet Boom's got that whole Toronto-Tokyo position 5 lineup
That's
now.
Right, they do, yeah. Oh, and then another Brood. This is going to be a death, right? Back to back. Yeah, the SF sticking around.
Oh, Ifrit?
Oh, goodness. This NP's in trouble. Arrow, Sun maybe potentially able to turn, but with the fear applied, in comes the Ember. Nicely done. That's a really good anticipation of them killing the Brood. Unfortunately, they still lose the Brood, but we'll see how many more they can pick up. It's already a trade for the mid laner, likely the support as well. And with these heroes dead and Brood running back to lane, it should be the tower in just a matter of time.
Yeah, this Ember is going all out on that damage. Max leveling Searing Chains, not even a point in Flame Guard, which is an interesting choice considering you are laning against SF during the laning stage, who does a lot of magic damage, and most of the time you want Flame Guard just to cushion it significantly. It's also very strong for farming, but I do like the fact that they're just trying to rush this game in their favor. I mean, their lineup is pushing power in the early game with a Brood and an Aegis Prophet, and later game does become scary considering you are up against 2 cores that scale incredibly well.
All right.
Is this the moment of truth? You have verified?
All files have successfully been verified, but it says I am incoming timing out. So I'm just stuck at this loading screen for forever. I don't know what that means. I don't know what I can do to fix it. I have no idea. I can't read console, unfortunately. This is a good kill though. Onto the carry NP. Finally getting a little bit of gold coming the way towards the Slardar. He was recovery farming for the past couple minutes while they were skirmishing top. But every single time they make one of these plays, Radiant's always ready to respond. And I mean, they're really doing their best to shut both offlaners out of the game. Oh, okay. Remnant play. Cheeky's got the arcane rune, so he can afford to be a little bit more wasteful with these remnants. Pretty efficient though. It might. Is he overextending here? Oh, Searing Chains missed those again, unfortunately, so he probably is not going to die for the kill. I think that was a slight miss as well.
Yeah, they're constantly... he's looking for engagements the entire time. Bloodseeker, in the meantime, does have his Maelstrom done, and he's going for the Gleipnir build. Oh, nice root. Arrow lands. Shadow Fiend is in a lot of trouble, and the kill gets secured. And he is doing a very good job on the Ember this game. I mean, he is a level 30 Ember, so he's better, but still impressive.
I'm a big fan of the support duo, actually. It's looking really nice. It's pure skill shots, but they do have the Ember Spirit to help set them up, and with the Broodmother to help give vision as well, with like herself, Spiderlings, whatever. It's looking pretty good. I think this is a pretty cool lineup that Radiant are proposing.
It does have one downside, and that's late game.
That's true. Yeah, their push is pretty good, so maybe that's the strategy here. You know, open qualifiers, fatigue as you progress throughout the event is very much a real thing. Ember Spirit, very dead, however. Really, really good gank in the mid lane. Let's see if they can get a tower out of it. It's a big NP ulti, thanks to the ward that was just up. So I don't know if they're going to be too eager to stick around without much sustain. Oh, they already have the tower, do they? No, they don't. Not yet. It's low, so they'll probably make a play for it. But what'll it cost?
Oh. Okay, Bloodseeker just takes a beating. Eventually does get
Whoa,
taken
the buyback!
Down.
Okay.
Oh.
That might be worth it, actually. I couldn't see how much time he had left on the buyback, but...
I mean, he got a double kill, so I think he'll be pretty happy with that one.
It's a risky play, though. I mean, you know, this is open qualifiers. You know, it is only round 1 of the open qualifiers. We have 4 rounds, but it's a high-risk, high-reward move, and honestly, I respect it. I think Dire kind of misread that situation just a little bit. Again, I think that NP ulti that we saw right before was pretty crucial on how that fight ended up turning out. I hate to say it, I might need to reset my internet. It's a networking thing. I have no idea. I've never had this once in my life. Let me ask you.
Yeah, I've never had that error as well. It's weird. So, our stream will probably die then.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of can't do this for like another 4 hours. with this horrible 720p 30 FPS.
Yeah, no, we're working on a fix right now. I am just reaching out to some friends to see if they've ever had any of these issues.
That bushwhack.
Okay. Oh my goodness gracious! I mean, this poor Slardar is just not getting anything. Looks like no, they're not even gonna get the support out in exchange for this. Okay, Radiant have a really, really nice budding lead right now. This is starting to look pretty good for them.
Yeah, Fritz huge on that Nature's Prophet.
Can I spectate a friend?
The Dire glyph is now active. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, a 3k lead now for M11, and if you're not, tier 2 tower top is almost down as well. Broodmother's trying to bully it out of existence. He's almost done with his own pipe, which is, I mean, the pipe gained a solid amount of value with the barrier block magic damage increase, and the fact that, of course, the Wraith Pact has been nerfed. thank the Lord the Wraithback has been nerfed.
Yes, I agree there. I strong agree. I like the buffing of these the other alternatives to BKB. It makes it that you don't have to always buy a BKB. Now Wraith Pact used to be the one must buy every item. I do like these fighting oriented aura items, right? Especially items like Pipe that just have a flat number because they don't scale are super strong the earlier you can get it. So it really, really encourages fighting early around these kinds of timings. And I think that's exciting, you know? I think that's cool.
Yeah, the only problem is the recipe is still ridiculously expensive, but the item itself is pretty nice, depending on the lineup you're up against. I would say in this game for M11, you'd be a little bit more worried about magic damage. Physical damage than magic damage, considering they are primarily physical with a Slardar, Bloodseeker, and Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that's a good point. Usually Bloodseekers, they like to solve this by going like Mjolnir, Maelstrom, mix damage, eventually mix it up a little bit, but it still doesn't change the core issue, right? As we can see, Slardar, okay, there it is. Getting a little bit of something there, but he's going to lose the SF beyond the tier 4 towers where this Broodmother and Ember are haunting on the prowl. There's the Searing Chains. They connect. Slardar thinking about going in with the Blink Dagger. Might be able to get a return kill. Can't quite see how many bashes. Oh, he needed one more right click for the kill probably there. Bloodseeker's showing up now too, and they've changed targets, focusing onto the Ember, but he had a Remnant the whole time. Played him like a fiddle. Wow.
They did manage to kill off the Nature's Prophet in the bottom lane, though. So that is, at the very least, before this fight started, already a pretty good advantage. Because Nature's Prophet was getting out of control.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. All right, so solution for now, we are going to restart the stream after this game ends, because this is a pretty good game, actually. Sorry, I forgot I can't click on the screen. It's not my client of Dota. Because this game is pretty good, and it's still just about 50-50. Like, with this Blink Dagger, I do think Slardar can easily get back into the game, and that can really turn things.
Yeah, he's going for the Shard, so that is always nice. In the trees, he could not get any good long vision on the Ember Spirit to get the Corrosive Haze on him, so if you just have that AoE smack. Plus, it's also kind of nice, because all the spiders and whatnot get Corrosive Haze immediately if you smack.
If you smack. Yes, very true. I like that. I like that. The smack. Okay. Someone said, try changing your network settings from high end to low end. I pay for 1 gig internet, but maybe it is. Yeah, that's also a good alternative. Sorry about this, guys. I have a low end network. Let me spectate this match now. Please.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, the Ifrit's going for Gleipnir, same as the Bloodseeker. I'm happy seeing a bit more Gleipnirs coming in to the game. Because Mjolnir are so boring. Gleipnir is insane.
It worked.
You're in?
I'm in.
Magic.
My goodness. Shout out to Mr. Oh my goodness. Sorry, my game is so loud. Mr. Smoke. I don't know how to say that name. Cohesion, something like that. Thank you very much for the fix. CK, can you stop sharing me your Dota, please?
Well, sorry.
No, I mean, listen, dude. It was nice for a while, but we've moved on since then. All right, there's high quality Dota. Mike, what a snowball save! Wow, that was actually an incredible play. Unfortunately, he still dies because Wrath of Nature. Okay, Ember with the BKB. Good 4-staff. Another 4-staff, the TI winning item. I think Rissman's going to get out of this one. Ember chasing, not enough damage. No Maelstrom, so no procs out from him. Only Maelstrom right now is on Ifrit. As he's going to pop his BKB to shrug off the Requiem of Souls buybacks out here. Really contesting this Roshan. It's maybe a make-or-break fight here for both teams in round 1 of the qualifiers.
Yeah, but nothing that they can really do. They're trying to possibly go for smoke play, but I think Roche is already gone before they reach it. Might be just in time to get a jump into the pit, though. Tusk does not have a Blink Dagger, unfortunately, so it will be the Aegis for Ifrit, but Roshan was killed by Wallop.
Yeah, and I don't know how I guess he must have forced himself onto the cliff, but that keeps the Disruptor out of the fight. But still, they're going to get a dieback on the Hoodwink, as the rest of this Radiant side M11 are going to be sent scattering. Alright, let's get caught up here. I don't need to show us last hits. Let's look at net worth. Now we can actually see all the stats and get caught up on items. Woo, sorry about that, guys. You have no idea how off-putting that was to be a Dota caster and not be allowed to spectate a game. It was like, I don't know.
That's my career over.
There's no comparison. No comparisons. Thank you very much again, Smoke, for that, so that we can all actually watch a nice game of Dota 2. Alright, any other interesting items that catch your attention here? There's nothing. Scotty, Satanic. Looks like
Tusk Blink.
Yeah.
Yep, Tusk Blink, so that is a good one. Azura went for Hurricane Pike first item rush, by the way, on the Shadow Fiend. That is an interesting choice.
How many 4-staffs does that make now? Because that does strike me as a very good item versus a Brute. I mean, it's just a good item in general, isn't it, repositioning? I think that's 2, right? With Disruptor carrying the 4-staff?
Yep.
So lots of mobility here could definitely help you in the catch or run from the Ember Spirit.
And now also from the Nate's Prophet, because he does have that Gleipnir. Plus later, when he hits level 20, he gets the Sprout Leashes talent.
Yeah, that's true. I always forget about this thing. That hero was such a menace. That was a Stockholm Major where this thing was ridiculous, right? Everyone was picking this hero and trapping Pangoliers inside of...
Was that with his old shard, I think, still?
Yeah, that's right. With the... Yeah, where you would cut down the tree and then there would just be an Omega tree and there's blocking your path. That's always... That was a fun patch. I like that.
Oh, no, it was not. It was horrible. It was really terrible to play against because they just had that split push where they just put a Sprout down, TP to another lane, and then summon treants in that lane, and then you just push 2 lanes at the same time.
That's right, yeah. No, I mean, that was obviously a little ridiculous with those 2 free treants, but I don't know. We do what we can in Dota.
You gotta enjoy the cheese while you can. I mean, right now, Razor with the Bloodstone, that one's kind of insanely OP and ridiculous.
Oh, goodness. These physical-based spellcasters, I played against a Bristleback once who went for that, basically the same build, and plus a heart, and it was ridiculous. My goodness. This Bloodstone right now is... I mean, this item has just been overtuned and overtuned. It's been getting the Ice Frog treatment for years. Because he wants the item to be purchased, it would seem, is kind of the philosophy. And he nerfs heroes when they're a little bit too strong for it. But I do think this item's going to get majorly reworked again. It just has to.
I mean, I don't mind. The item has been pretty, like, the same for a while, but no one just picked it up.
Yep.
And now after, of course, the Leshrac shenanigans, people are experimenting with different heroes. I've also seen some Storm Spirit where they just zip in, pop Bloodstone, and then they're like back to full mana, which it means infinite zippings for that duration, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Careful though. Smoke play here, still with the Aegis, of course. NP, he is farming the bottom lane, and it looks like they're trying to set up on him. So the Smoke gank is going to be interrupted by the Disruptor, and that will at least allow right now the Bloodseeker to evade death. So he'll be able to... I mean, it's a dark map. It's a scary move for this guy to be making right now. I have to commend his map awareness, right? If we just take a look at Dire Vision, he has no idea what's going on in his own jungle. But what's really going on is M11 are making moves on the other side of the map. Ooh, my goodness, this SF getting caught. He's got his own Quelling Blade. Look at that. That's how scared... I mean, that's how prepared, I should say. Not even just scared. That was a gamer move. Nicely done.
Yeah, he's not having any shenanigans of the Nate's Prophets just yet. Of course, once he hits that level 20 on the NP, that's not going to save you at all anymore. By the way, this Ember Spirit is 10, 1, and 7, but because he's gone for that fighting build, his net worth is just really not good.
Yo, these guys are... This is a really good game of Dota. I'm sorry, Did you see that play? This SF, he just went, get down, Mr. President, for us, man. And now they can still fight. Didn't even pop BKB. Back to full HP because of the bottle recharge. These guys are really playing some good Dota.
It's sad that they have to eliminate each other.
Yeah,
at the
it's
first round.
it's sad that this is a first round matchup because I could very easily see either of these teams in Division 2 with this caliber of play. I mean, for real, these guys are good.
Well, let's see who's going to be the winner in the end, obviously. And the Dyer's lineup does scale pretty solidly going
Yes, it
forward.
does. And we just got one of those major items, right? Gleipnir finished up on the Bloodseeker, so that's why they're maybe on the prowl for a fight. Still not looking too aggressively for one, because I know this Aegis is about to expire. 7 seconds left on that. M11 now looking to force the fight. Into the jungle they'll go. Let's see what they can find. Oh, oh no! That was a good effort. He tried to actually chain stun him. He requiemed from far away to try and fear the Ember Spirit, but now they've blown everything. BKB's getting popped. Put this NP! He's alone! TP's right into the middle of the fray. He thought he could maybe make a difference. Everyone's so low, but it's going to be M11 who lose probably their first fight of the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And this is probably the worst moment to start losing your MP, considering, in terms of net worth, all the money is on that one hero.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, very true. This is going to be a huge relief for Wolf. I mean, it can't be understated. These guys are going to be feeling much better now.
Radiant's top
here.
tower is under attack.
Good stuff. Good stuff from them. There's that Gleipnir being up. Yeah, they're smoking, looking for fight. There's a Shadow Blade now ready for the SF, but they're not going to pause this smoke. Good smoke break, though, from the Mirana, who's going to have to probably leap that third and final time. But look at the chase that they're giving. I think they've also caught someone in the river. They have indeed. The glimpse with the Ember Spirit, of course, is going to easily evade that. NP's back in 8 seconds. Something here for Dire to keep tabs on. This could get pretty bad, and you can see Disruptor. Yeah, he's dead. No escape for him. But they are looking to turn here. Good force staff up to the high ground. Avoids the sharpshooter. Here's going to be the NP. A much safer teleport in this time compared to the last time he TP'd into the middle of 5 enemy heroes. But the fight's so good for them. M11 take down the SF on the chase for more. There was 2 people inside of that Sprout thanks to the snowball. Very well executed. Rustman, he's probably going to die underneath this tier 2 tower, I think, Sherman. Yeah, there he goes.
Yep, this is a moment where the Nate's Prophet does have some teammates fighting with him, so does go a lot better on the side of M11, and they get a 4-for-1 trade. The only one that managed to get out is the Bloodseeker, so a very solid fight coming out, and they're trying to get the last outer tower secured with it. That means next stop for M11 would be high ground.
Really, really well done. I want to commend Flappy quite a bit, our position for Mirana for M11. Basically, that whole engagement starts because of him. He just kites around this Dire side until his Nature's Prophet respawns, and then eventually they kind of just overextend themselves into taking a terrible fight. Really, really good job. It's these kinds of position 4 plays that always want to make me play Dota some more, and then when I try and do them, I just feed, and my team doesn't do anything because I feed, basically. It's cool. It's cool to see these guys be good at Dota.
Yeah, something that we never will be.
No, unfortunately
That's why
not.
we're doing the talkie talk.
I gotta live vicariously through these guys, absolutely.
Oh, are there any other big items coming up? Yeah, the Slardar needs his BKB. Basher from Bloodseek's pretty nice. SF going for the Skadi next. Okay, interesting. I mean, the SF is gonna hurt like crazy with a couple more levels.
Under attack.
The problem for now is he just made a paper. Even with that 20 armor, they've got lots of magic damage. Through this BKB duration, you can see he's been holding on to it all game. There have been already a couple of moments where I would have definitely pressed BKB on this SF, and he's held on to it because he can't fight without it. I mean, he will just get absolutely torn to shreds, and that's a little bit problematic. Bloodseeker, on the other hand, he can fight a little bit better now, especially that he's going to have this Basher finished up. So you have like this nice dual core that are scaling very, very nice. Rustman, on the other hand, still trailing a little bit further behind from his very difficult laning stage, and doesn't have his BKB up yet. Careful here, though. Oh. Where's the tip? There it is. There's the tip. Oh, man, that's a tilter. That's a real tilter when you're playing Disruptor and you end up pulling a move like that. Ooh, hate to see it. Sorry, friend.
Because your teammates are always going to complain, no matter what level you're at.
I think it's more than that. I think at this level, with this level of coordination, it's just the team knows you made a mistake. And that's not just a position you ever want to put your team in. As he is fished out by the arrow, another sharpshooter, and here come the spider. Like, oh, man. I mean, that's a real tilter right there. I have to commend his mental fortitude if he's going to come back and still continue to execute on a high level. I mean, that's really rough.
And now they're going Roche. They don't have Disruptor for that for 30 seconds. Should be the Aegis plus Shard unless they're going to dive ball right in, but that probably is going to be more harm than good.
It's going to be hard, too. You can see the spider. Yeah, nice micro. Tusk was thinking about going for a steal there, but the spider was just right-clicking him, nipping at his heels, canceling the blink dagger. So good job there. It is a little bit of space, though, for the SF and still for this Bloodseeker to continue scaling. I think this second Aegis is going to be the crucial one here, Sherman. Oh, this is a really great start for Dire. If they get this Broodmother, no, she's a bit too tanky, and now in trouble, caught by the arrow and killed off from off-screen. The sharpshooter, look at this, Ember Spirit looking for more, catches 2 on the Searing Chains, and that's going to be 3 dead. M11, they might be able to close out this game here. There's no buybacks.
Broodmother had the, what's it called? The mechanism, made the Guardian Greaves, healed twice in a row, popped the pipe, and then all of a sudden, way too much HP just walks out of that engagement. And yeah, this might just cost them the game right there. Especially that Bloodseeker just walking right into the arrow.
That's
very
tragic.
Unfortunate.
They will have another Fortify, right? You do get another Fortify when the first time you lose a tier 3 tower. They're not going to waste that, of course, on the top barracks. Those things are gone. They may, however, use it for mid. For now, though, oh no. Disruptor caught again. That is... I mean, he's got buyback, but it is tough. Oh, what? No detection? Hello? Okay, he's caught all 5 with the Requiem, but where's the follow-up? There is none. That could have been a moment. Oh, no. I think it's just they're starting to get exasperated a bit here against the ropes. They're not really playing as clean as they have been for the rest of the game.
The SF doesn't really do any damage, doesn't have crit just yet, and it really does show. They are lacking in damage to kill them off.
They almost force-staffed them back into that bushwhack.
It's all calculated. But yeah, they are at this stage just severely lacking in damage with AC done on the Nature's Prophet, with the Broodmother with the heal plus pipe. They're lacking.
It's okay, though. I mean, they're genuinely not out of it yet. Good bushwhack, though, to interrupt. Force-staff, he's going to eat it. Gleipnir to follow up. Snowball, where's the Walrus Punch? Comes out, but that's only the Aegis. And now Bloodseeker fighting mano-a-mano versus the Nature's Prophet. It's covered at least a little bit here with the Static Storm, but now it's the SF. His BKB duration expired, running for his life. Gets the Force up to the high ground. Has the Chrysalis, doing what he can, but it's not enough. The double kill now for the Ember. Beyond godlike, 14-1 and 13. What a game. Ember Spirit.
And that should honestly be it. Don't really think that they can come back, and they even call the GG. So Wallop will be eliminated, but it will not surprise me if they make it to the close qualifier one of these other days.
Yeah, they are definitely going to make it back in. I have no doubts about that. Those guys, they are very good. It's just only a little bit unfortunate that they had to meet Team M11 in the first round, genuinely, because this was probably as far as like listen, guys, I've covered a lot of qualifiers. I don't mean any disrespect to any of the other teams I have covered, but normally in the first round it's usually a little bit more one-sided. This was the best first round match I've ever seen, and that's really unfortunate for both these two teams.
Yep, it's well, not for M11. They got themselves a good practice match, and they're ready to go for more.
Yeah,
but we will have to find a good game to witness. Atomic Esports versus Dreamwalker is still busy.
All right, I'm just catching us up on the bracket. We'll see. RZ Esports did win over Haraya Esports. What is this? Lilgun did beat Yangon Galacticos. Oh, it was a def win, it looks like. Yeah, Lilgun won by walkover, so it looks like YG not showing up to the first one or something went down. Either way, Lilgun moving on to the next round. They will face the winner of Renewal versus D-Roar. So that's pretty exciting. I can maybe zoom in on this page a little bit. It kind of messes up the framing. I'll fix that for tomorrow's stream. But just so we can see the matchups a little bit easier here. What match did you say was still running?
Neon Esports versus Zen Esports is neck on neck. It's 21 to 18 to 17 at the moment.
Okay, we'll jump in here.
And Atomic Esports is behind against Dreamwalker, which is also an interesting one because Atomic Esports is the team that, of course, all have ePulse Prime.
Oh no. Proud boys. We just missed a little bit of a fight. Are you in game now? Can you recap us?
Are you in Neon or?
I am in Neon versus Zen.
Okay, then we'll jump right in.
Why not? What do we got? What's the sitch here? 4K now really looks like Neon. I'm not sure what just happened there. Just jumping in. Another Ember looks like a sniper, and of course the Wolf Maiden. Very, very fun. Up against a Life Stealer Mirana. Oh, a Spirit Breaker. And this appears to have been a Core... No, this couldn't have been a Core Spirit Breaker. We've got a Timber Saw, right? This is a very farm support, though. He's got himself a full Shadow Blade. I guess that's his only item, but it's more farm than I thought he'd get.
I mean, eventually you just get yourselves an Ags in your core.
That's very true. That is very true. He's getting a little bit of space and time to farm. They're even giving him like a remnant here with the burn to help him farm a little bit faster. That's always pretty funny. Neon, though, quite split around the map. Very different Neon Esports from the last time I casted them years ago.
I mean, it does change very quickly.
That's how it be in this Dota world.
The old Neon with Skem playing,
yeah,
you know, safe lane. Oh,
carry Chen.
Chen safe.
Yeah.
Oh, that was beautiful.
That was some good stuff. Oh, hello, Wraith Pact. So this Broodmother has decided to go for a Wraith Pact. Oh, this is why he's so farmed, right? He's just killing all the spiders for sure, and this is going to kick off a fight. Not one that I think Neon is very well suited to take, and I think they're realizing that now, so they will back off. Perhaps not expecting Zen Esports that eager to make the jump, but it's, I mean, a little bit of a mistake, I'd say, from Neon. They're at a stage of the game where it looks like Zen are really looking for any opportunity to do that Roche, and that pickoff is certainly a good indicator that maybe they can actually go for it. You got to play a little bit patiently. Is there any link or info about this bracket? Absolutely, my friend. Go ahead and type. Oops, I did not spell it right. Bracket.
Good old Brackers.
Good old Bracker. All right. Oh, Sniper, though. He's doing things. And now there is no Lich with a Spirit Breaker up in 10 seconds plus the time it takes him to charge here. This Ember is decently farmed, doing a lot of work here. But it's Neon who still managed to outfight this. Very impressed. Especially with the Deso, I thought Zen were going to get to work very quickly on that Roshan. Did not end up happening.
Well, hello, Sniper Gaming. That's always the good old fun. And now Spirit Breaker charge from
I'm not scared
away.
of this Wraith Pact anymore. I have pure damage. I will still kill it, though, for the goal. That's good space created. This Timber Saw making a lot of space. Maybe a little bit too much, though, but the team charging on in, gets a 4-staff. Even a little bit of a zip on out. Look at this. Look at this cute doggo.
Okay, that Lich just walked right into his death.
Yeah, that he did. Did cancel the Maiden ulti, which allowed the rest of his team to back up, but still a pretty bad fight there. Neon starting to look like they're taking over this game.
Yeah, it's looking fairly rough. It's also a mid-Tusk, it seems, but yeah, you need a lot of farm on Tusk. And this Spirit Breaker is just absolutely a menace, charging all over the map, annoying you. And you always have to be terrified if you cross the river, if they have any vision whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. Because that continuous vision, even if they don't end up charging in on you, if they just use the charge for vision, it can be really punishing. You just won't expect it. Oof, and these Spiderlings get no chance to live either. Yeah, this Sniper's very strong, just damage. Daedalus, Mask of Madness, and the Hurricane Pike to get him a little bit further out of trouble if that ever becomes an issue. Another issue is they just really can't seem to get their hands on this Ember Spirit. Now especially, I mean, you can see he's gone for the Acceptor, right? He feels very free to just roam around these fights, and for the most part, he is. It'd have to be like a punch into an arrow for him to die. There's a kick, though. Okay, Sniper out of position, has Aegis. That's the first life down. Wraith Pact as well set up as they are getting good damage onto the Timber. He misses the chain. Eul Scepter, though, dodges the arrow, is charging on into the Tusk now. It goes the Spirit Breaker. They have at least gotten rid of the Timber. A 5v4 fight, quickly equalized now by Neon, but it's the Sniper in trouble, and he's dead. Okay, Neon got off a bit more than they could chew here. There's a DD on Ember, though. Nah, but he's not going to fight this. Yeah, with the Basher now on Lifestealer, it is a little scary for him to YOLO fight like that.
Yeah, the only problem for Zen is getting on top and staying on top of the Neon Esports lineup. But if they do, their cores are absolutely deadly. Lifestealer can shred. With his item build, shred through all of them very quickly. He's even going for the AC next, so this Sniper needs to stay miles away from the fight and probably needs to get something more sustainable
for sure
on the hero.
And I have to say, you know, I think the decision to go Wraith Pact obviously doesn't do anything versus a Timbersaw, but it does a lot versus an Ember Spirit. It does a lot versus a Sniper, especially when you add this onto the additional damage mitigation of the Frost Shield. Like, you're looking at some pretty strong targets, some very tanky targets, especially if it's going to be this Lifestealer. So I do like this itemization. Nicely done by the Broodmother. A good pickup. Of course, this is a hero as well that benefits a ton from lifesteal. Who would have thought? Yeah, it's cool. I like this. I like this itemization.
And the Spooter buff, the extra 3 damage per Spooter.
Oh yeah, heck yeah, dude. Get those spiders really getting through you. Just checking some ranks. Man, some very high ranked players in here as well. I'll show items as well for those that aren't interested in the ranks. 64 hated.
Falky's account is called Winter.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. But this is not Winter because I'm friends with the real Winter, and Winter's got a little star. I thought for a second it was Winter, but the real way you know that this is definitely not Winter is because it's rank 152.
Wow.
Sorry, Winter.
Okay, shade thrown.
Oh, jeez.
This guy is way too good to be Winter. Nah.
Yeah, honestly. Okay.
Ooh. That is a bit of an unfortunate jump. They're looking for more.
They got to be way more careful than that. I mean, that is... it is only
it's
a support.
Breaker. He never has to be careful.
That's true. The Sinister Gaze was more of a sinister blink. It didn't really last too long with all that status resist he gets. Has got buyback. He can charge back into the fight, so we'll see if he decides to do that. But for now, Neon playing it cool. They've got really good buybacks on this team, by the way. Ember's always, of course, an S-tier buyback hero. But I think if you had to give a grade to Spirit Breaker, he's probably like an A- or something like that. Not as good as like a Weaver or like any of the Spirits mainly, but he's not bad.
I mean, depending on the item. If you've got Ags done on him, then it's an S tier because he's the fastest monster alive.
Speaking of fast monsters, look at this. Onto the Ember Spirit they go. Sinister Gaze, and he is dead. The smoke gank nicely working out there. That Tusk, man, is when he walks fast, that animation. That is a very funny one.
Well, it's getting a little bit scary here for Neon. That does show you exactly how tough these qualifiers are for all these teams. I mean, they're best of ones, and the team caliber is pretty high in Southeast Asia.
That it is. That is something I'm certainly noticing here. Again, this is a round of 32 match for Neon and Zen Esports, so some pretty strong teams for sure. The level of competition is very high. And let me tell you, Truman, I am absolutely enjoying these matches. I mean, it has been a while since I spectated Dota. I've taken a little bit of a Dota detox, so apologies if I'm being surprised by some item builds and some hero choices that are very commonplace these days. After TI, after the DPC season, did take a little bit of a break. But it's nice to be back, man. Dota's who would have thought, a very fun game, very fun to watch.
And the latest patch added some nice flair to some heroes, destroyed some others, which I was love to see because the Shrek was overplayed as hell.
I could do without Lash. I could do without Disco Pony. That was actually the very first patch I played Dota. Was 6.84, I think, the Disco Pony patch, right after Ho Ho Ha Ha.
Oh,
yeah.
Got some damage coming in, looking for more.
Right.
It's a really fast Tusk. Oh, he's got haste. That's why he's such a fast Tusk.
Yeah. Oh, there's the dust. Oh, but he's away. Nice job. And Sinister Gaze. No, could not get it out in time. Maybe try to use Sentry for the lingering vision, but couldn't quite find him. Yeah, I think if I probably started playing Dota during Ho Ho Ha Ha Sniper, I probably wouldn't have continued playing. That was must have been a pretty brutal patch to play.
My first game of Dota was 2012. I was a Here's New Earth player. I played a game of Dota. I think I played Crystal Maiden, and I got so tilted because of the turn rate. I played 2 games of Dota and went back to Here's New Earth.
That's funny. I always forget that other games don't have turn rates in them.
It was, if you're not used to it, it's very infuriating.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, I got a little upset when I played League a couple of times and didn't have a turn rate. It felt really weird. It felt like I couldn't predict where anyone was going, you know? I didn't enjoy that. Sniper's got a BKB now. So he'll be moving along a little bit tougher to kill in these fights. Walrus Kick does, of course, pierce magic immunity, as does the punch, and as does literally everything that Lifestealer does, except for the open wound. So not exactly a get-out-of-jail-free card, this item is, but it does make him a bit tankier, makes it at least so he doesn't get chain stunned to death. So it's a good survivability item, for sure.
I haven't seen him use the Walrus Kick just yet.
He kicked the Sniper top. He might kick him again here. Oh, doesn't he? Might not even need to. My goodness. Oh, wow. Really nice concussive grenade. Is that going to get him out of here? No, unfortunately not. Tusk, yeah, he's going to kick his little tiny corpse over towards the Lifestealer. Oh, man. But a big old charge. This is still not bad for Neon. They kind of overextended chasing the Sniper. That nice little concussive grenade got him out of harm's reach. But Zen, still eager to fight here. This Lifestealer looking to try and get his hands on someone, but he's just permanently rooted. All he can do is really turn his little tail around. He hasn't gotten to touch an enemy hero. Oh, well, there he is. The first hit bash. And maybe a little bit more here. Gets the rage off in time. Careful. All right, yeah, he's going to get out. Bash?
Bash?
Oh. Sorry, I'm so giddy. What a lovely fight. That was pretty cool.
The Lifestealer was just constantly looking around. Can I hit someone? Can I hit someone? Charge, chain, jump with the Fire Remnant. They constantly keep running away from him. Root, stun, stun.
Ember thought he could get a little bit lucky there, but unfortunately RNGesus had other plans for him. And he is killed off. Careful. Top lane. Oops. Sinister Gaze missed. Would have been a good opportunity there, but wouldn't have been the biggest kill in the world. A couple new items, by the way. Sheepstick is picked up by the Timber Saw. That's the newest one for now.
Roche is being taken.
Yeah, all the games are best of ones today, guys. We are going to continue until we have only 8 teams remaining. So that would be quarterfinals. And then we are going to resume with those tomorrow for best of 3s. So every single game that we expected today is going to be best of 1.
So we are doing 2 more games.
That sounds about right. Careful in. Charge in. Good attempt. Unfortunately, a little bit early, and he probably dies for that. But the team, the Sniper from off screen kicked into the middle of the fight. Does actually use the Ogre Seal Totem to get out of the pit, but his entire BKB duration's been kited around. Not like it's that bad of a fight anyway. Zen, they have such a main focus. All they want to do is kill this Sniper that the entire fight has kind of broken around them. Sniper fighting mano a mano, getting some support now is the Broodmother. She is 100% dead. Look at this Spirit Breaker. He is just in and out of these fights, always charging around. They already got the Aegis out too, Truman. What is going on?
Yeah, this Lifestealer, he needs a blink. He really needs a blink because he's being kited all over the place. There's no way he can get on top of, especially the Sniper. I mean, he's playing with the Ogre Seal Totem, for God's sake.
Yeah, he's got a lot of mobility. This is a deceptively mobile Sniper. Ogre Seal Totem moves him. How much does it move you? Pretty far. What, like about a 4-staff is 400 range, is it? A little bit less. Yeah, it's about 2/3 of a 4-staff. And then he's got a
Roughly
force
four
staff.
staffs, essentially.
Yeah, and then he's also got this concussive grenade, which pushes you around 2/3 of the force staff. So he's really got like 2.5 force staffs, if we're being technical
but
about
you
it.
also have the Crystal Maiden.
That's
has
true.
Force staff.
That's true. Careful here. Gaze. This is Spirit Breaker doing a lot of work, though. That's a really good ultimate. Sniper just tanking it. He's going to let the Maiden die. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to bounce back. That's probably game. That is probably game.
Yeah, no buyback. He spent his money on the Ultimator.
Yeah. Okay.
Lich, time to spam Frost Shield on your buildings.
All right. They will back off and play it safe. 17k up. Neon Esports, really, really well done in this game. Looks like they have this one more or less in the bag. Let's see what Dota Plus says. The Dota Plus key. Where are you? Oops. I paused the replay. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, right. They
Spirit
changed
Breaker
it.
in general, I think it's just hell. Once he gets Shadowblade Ags, it's free roam time.
And it is. And there ain't no brakes on the Spirit Breaker train either. The Sniper is also really starting to get terrifying. Might buy a Reaver here, perhaps? Yeah. A 3,100 HP Sniper, by the way. Ouch. This is...
Well, you know, you are up against the tank buster that is Lifestealer.
That's a good point. No, you're right. That's a good point. That's not perhaps as big as a deal as I give it credit for. His armor situation is decent anyway, but I definitely agree with you. Yeah, up against the tank buster, it won't feel like much.
The only downside is, of course, that he just can never hit the sniper, because the sniper has too much mobility, and also there's that stupid charge from the cow the entire time.
Yeah. I do think high ground is a lot harder for Neon to get into, because in my opinion, Zen is still fairly strong, especially with all their damage mitigation, if they can control the area of the fight. The problem for them in these last two fights that we saw was not so much that they didn't use their skills or items correctly, it was just that Neon moved the fight a little bit too much, so that Wraith Pact or that, you know, Lich casting Frost Shields couldn't really be too effective. I feel like if Sniper is trying to kill someone who, when he's under the effect of a Wraith Pact and there's a Frost Shield applied, he's just not going to do anything. But it's funny, he's farmed up all these items, all these damage items, right? And all that he's really doing is just using his net worth to escape death. He's not really doing all that much in the fights. As far as damage. Doing a lot as far as control.
I despise Spirit Breakers being so easy to turn into cores. It's also 7 seconds cooldown on a BKB piercing stun.
Yes, sir.
It's mad cows charging in the fight. Disco ponies and mad cows, just the worst enemies. Lifesteal's got the rage duration. Yeah, and pushing high ground, you did mention it, obviously, that Walrus kick is deadly if you try to push high ground.
I didn't even consider that. You're absolutely right. Maybe that's how they should look to be using this Walrus punch or Walrus kick at this stage. Is obviously, I think you can still use it to look for pickoffs, but also to control the area of the fight. You need to make sure that enemies are fighting in your Wraith Pact, that they're fighting in the AoE of your Lich abilities, because it hasn't really been the case so far. Broodmother, ooh, really, really unfortunate if you get caught out here.
So close to the Scythe as well. Extra
Exactly.
control in the team fight against the Ember, who will otherwise jump like crazy.
Even against a Sniper, just, you know, he can't force staff himself 6 times if he's a pig.
Yeah, that's one of the big pluses. You are muted at the same time. Okay.
Okay, they actually might get through this guy. He's got a full BKB, this Spirit Breaker. Oh, goodness, though. They've caught a couple of heroes. Lich on the low ground. Doing pretty good for himself, but is going to be very quickly torn apart here.
Big.
Sniper's just popping him, though. Sniper's free in this fight. They almost got Ember. That was so close. Unfortunately, perhaps just out of reach for them, though, as they'll only get the Spirit Breaker for their money's worth. It's a very ambitious kickback, and maybe even, yeah, that's the death of Tusk. Oof. He's got buy, but not how you want to be using it.
And Lifestealer doesn't have his for another $200.
Sniper, by the way, completely untouched in the fight. That was their strategy that time. It appeared. Kind of just ignore the sniper, and they did. But that also means he still has BKB.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
All right, the Scythe of Ice is finished,
Dire's top tower
but
is under
they are
attack.
getting megas.
They are 28k behind, which is significant, I would say.
Well,
I mean,
that-
Sugimoto is catching up currently to the Tusk
Dire's
and is
top
about to
barracks
overtake him,
has fallen.
which is scary.
Dire's top barracks are under
Oh,
attack.
this Ember's in.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
BKB in 1 second for Tusk. Luckily, he's not going to have to use it, but they're going to set to work on the bottom lane of Barracks. 25 seconds, still this Lifestealer is up. It's really all about that now for Zen. Unfortunately, Neon are going to be back to full strength as well. Spirit Breaker respawning in 1 second, and of course charging into the first enemy hero he sees.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
But for now, it is going to be as close to a 5v4 as it can be.
Well, Spirit Breaker is there in 3, 2, 1. Mad Cow.
There he is. There he is. Got himself this Timeless Relic as well. This debuff duration is pretty bonkers. What is this? That's a long stun now, isn't it? That's a pretty long stun. This bash.
Yeah, the Ember's got the Spell Prism, so that's why they gave the items that way. Timbersaw is actually playing with the Nether Shawl.
Interesting. Can you block?
Yeah,
I don't think you can block kick or punch with... Because it's an auto attack, right? Is kick an auto attack?
I don't know.
Is it? I'm not sure if it's like the Juggernaut thing where it still works. I've got no clue. I'm not sure.
There is the kick. They're
Yeah.
attempting it. but
Oh,
that
great charge
coming
in though.
again.
Keep your eyes on this Lifestealer. I think
damage?
he's key. Can he hit someone? Yes, he can. He's finally onto a target. Force Staff and a Timber Chain
Sniper.
away. Oh goodness! Oh goodness! He needs help. All right, and he does jump inside of his friend. Okay, there's a kill on the Ember though. He ended up nearly all the way in the enemy fountain. Vessel is taking down the Timber. Oh, the Ice Shard's just off the mark. By the way, they're losing tier 4 towers. Megas have been secured. Lifestealer back into the thick of things. Is going to be able to get a second kill in the fight. So, down but not out are Zen Esports.
Yeah, still alive and kicking for the time being. Roshan will be, of course, a very crucial factor next for Neon. They get the Aegis, the Cheese, and then the whatever it is, Refresher or Aghanim Scepter for free. And both will be very much appreciated for the Radiant side.
Yeah, this sniper's also kind of shifted strategies a bit. He's still pretty mobile between his Flicker and Hurricane Pike and the Concussive Grenade. But he also has Butterfly now, which is a little problematic, right? All this evasion, 35%. Basher does give you 25% accuracy because if you trigger Bash, you always hit the auto attack. But it's not enough. It's not. He needs to probably get an MKB up now, and that's not what he's got queued up. I mean, the game is obviously very hard already, but this is going to be the cherry on top. Now, Fortunate Soul is going to be just in these fights fearlessly.
Actually, I think Rin, the Lifestealer, should have done the item that he's building now a little bit sooner. The Nullifier against all those Force Staffs and shenanigans.
Can you dispel the Concussive Grenade? Yes, you can. Okay.
Yeah, it says that you can, but I'm wondering if because it could be the movement slow that you get that you can dispel that.
Yeah, you can't dispel the knockback, maybe.
Yeah, the knockback should still happen.
Yeah,
'cause
that's true.
It's not an item based.
Tough times when the sniper
Buff.
has more armor and HP than the Lifestealer. Does he really? They're 2,000. Yeah, I mean, by quite a bit, doesn't he? Only a couple extra auto attacks out from Lifestealer, though, if he can get his hands on him, which is, of course, the issue now.
He does have that Nullifier at the ready, so that could help significantly, but Roshan is being taken.
We'll do a lot of work against... We'll do a lot of work. I mean, these Force Staffs have definitely been problematic. Oh, it's a Refresher Shard, by the way, so get ready for 10 Remnants. Maybe even 15.
It also works against an Yule Scepter of the Timber Saw.
That is correct.
If he tries to save himself. I mean, in general, I think Nullifier in late game is one of the strongest items because supports kind of get completely stiffed.
Yep. Very true. Not a feels good moment there. You're
Look at that range, just chilling on the sniper. Yeah, no
100
worries.
attack range. This is I mean, he's not called
But
shotgunner, and unfortunately,
Dusk also has a Deso now.
this Wraith Pact is not doing anything because it needs to hit the sniper. They really could have used that tool in this fight. Charge in.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Force
Going
that
all over the
out.
place.
Yeah, this is a crazy fight. Sniper, though, I mean, he hasn't even popped BKB. He's not even in the inventory. See if they kick back there. The Spirit Breaker. No one's dead yet.
Dire's middle
Where's our Life Stealer in this fight? He is not doing so hot.
Dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, that's GG. All right, that was a wild fight. That was all over the place. But a valiant last stand from Zen Esports, who will fall to Neon in the round of 32 in this best of one. Congrats to Neon. Moving on through to face another opponent here.
Yeah, that last fight, I have no idea what I was supposed to really look at because there were like 4 different skirmishes all going all over the place, and it was like, yeah, he's right-clicking him, he's right-clicking him, he's right, and then Ember does one nice jump and everyone's dead.
Yeah, they went square dancing is what I like to call it. When you grab your partner and go for a whirl. Everyone kind of...
Yeah, you're way too American.
Neon Esports is going to be facing the Balado Bull. Very cool. Team Virgo did win. That's our Malaysian stack. And they beat Critex. Atomic Esports versus Dreamwalker apparently is...
They're still busy.
It's still running, huh? Can we watch? Dude,
Yeah,
we can.
I'm jumping into
I'm
that
jumping
one.
in. It's a 57-minute match. You're going right back into the...
Okay. I saw the score, and you're going to be surprised.
This is... Whoa. Yeah, this is still a best of one, by the way. This is a first-round match in the round of 32 between Atomic Esports and Dreamwalker. Atomic Esports are all ePulse Prime users, so they get a special shout-out.
Press net worth.
Ah, I see why this game is so long. Because
That is a Nature's Prof. He has 1150 GPM.
oh, wow.
What?
Look how much money he's got in it. He's got
Radiant
$1,200 dues. He's consumed. Oh, it's just a Rubik. Wait, but they're doing a Roche. But not that quickly. And unfortunately, Rubik has been... I mean, that was quite the move. I think it's all in the name of space. Oh, but this arrow is going to scout Roche. And MP, he'll be back soon. Yeah, because he's level 30, so he has all the talents, and he has no teleport cooldown. Where is he going to come in is the question. Hookshot is going to interrupt. Aegis is going to be here for rain, but it's not
MP
such a good
decide-
fight. What is going on?
NP doesn't know where he needs to go. He's cancelled 7 TPs.
Oh, goodness. Didn't want to lose any of his money. What the heck was that? What Roche was that?
Wait.
Look
I have
around.
no idea. Show items. I see a cheese, so it definitely was either a 3rd or a 4th.
Very good. Very good.
I don't see a refresher
I
shard.
don't see a refresher either.
Oh wait, no.
Dire's
It
middle
might have been
tower
used.
is under attack.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to tell. Is this it? No, he bought. Oh, I like this eggs a lot on Clockwork. He bought that egg, so this is.
Tiny has equipped ags. Grimstroke has equipped ags. So I assume he just nom-nommed the ags. Oh, Grimstroke with Dark Portrait. That now pierces
buffed it.
BKB.
And I think that's a good change, by the way. I think it was a little stupid that
Yeah.
that thing never. Marana used it, she stole it. Marana used. Okay, that makes sense. So Sacred Arrow. Yeah, that makes sense. Good eye on you, Mr. Myborny. Very good. Good eyes. Ooh, tree volley. Volley tiny, huh? Oh, but they've actually caught him. And now he thinks it's warded because he got caught by the wrath of nature. Yeah,
Primal Beast got himself the Aghanim Scepter as well, so you got that massive uproar shenanigan that just creates waves that I still don't completely understand.
Uh-oh. Slarder. There's a Slarder in the game, by the way. BKB on BKB.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's got Moonshard. You're dead, Tiny. You are dead.
Charge Silver Edge. Oh, that's such a nice target to take out to make a Dark Portrait of.
Yeah, that's a good one for sure. Or the NP. I mean, you take either of them, honestly. I think that's why we've probably already in this game once seen, you know, a very deadly Dark Portrait at some stage. Here he goes. He's probably ratted his way to top. Marb is doing what he can with his lovely little treants, but this game is going to last a while longer, I suspect. Ward in the base. That's a sneaky one for later. Come back to that. Called foreshadowing.
It says enough that the Nature's Prophet has so much money and hasn't bought Shard.
Hasn't bought
that
what?
says enough.
Oh, yeah.
The Aghanim Shard. It says enough about
What
how terrible
is
that
this?
shard is.
Applies a curse, displaying them in fog, slowing them in. Oh, hold on. He just TP'd in. Yeah, he doesn't. Oh, okay.
Abyssal Blade.
But they're in. His BKB duration is going to expire. Oh, he has absolutely murdered that Tiny Dome. That's a dieback on him. Oh, the Rolling Thunder's pretty good. They need a little bit more, but the Bash coming in clutch. Oh, but the Dark Portrait. It's going to get to work. Look at the Dark Portrait go. Look at the damage! Oh my god! It's still not enough. Okay, that's only the Aegis, though. It's only Aegis down. MP's back in the fight. He bought back, but he's already running. A great arrow is going to put a pause on this fight as they're going to just reset. They're going to run. This game needs to go another 15 minutes or so.
Okay, that was actually really funny with the Dark Portrait just spamming away. I mean, to be fair, the best item you can get at that stage is a rapier because it doesn't get the rapier damage on the Dark Portrait.
Very true. Thank you for audio feedback, guys. Let me know if there's any other adjustments I need to make your stay enjoyable. That was a wild fight. This is a lovely game. Oh, he's going. Okay, no, he's not going that far.
I mean, how are you gonna be able to get out of the base? You're up against a Clockwork with Aghanim Scepter. You're up
there
against
goes
an NP.
Get up, Dark. Oh, he doesn't have. This guy needs phase boots. Oh, careful. Double Abyssal. Okay, that's pretty good. What's going on back here, though? Okay, the Primal Beast has gotten a kill. That's a buyback on a buyback situation, but favoring the Dire for now. But
NP
tiny
going
30
back
seconds. They get the Rubik. Oh, but this Dark Portrait, dude. Look at it go. They've sprouted it. That's how badly they needed this thing down. By the way, they are getting barracks this entire time. NP is ratting, but I think it's going to end up getting them at least megas. There's megas, maybe a little bit more, looking for the dieback now onto the Grimstroke, but they're losing bodies on the back lines. It's a dieback now on one, and he is just way too tanky. Oh, Abyssal. Can they kill it? This would be a big kill. He bought back earlier. Could be a big opening. They're being kited. They're also losing the base here. So they can't afford to do this for too long. Tiny's back. NP is he. I thought he TP'd back home. He TP'd to rat some more.
Oh no, he's gonna
die. Certainly he dies. Yes, he does. But it has gotten them the megas and the window to getting out of this 1 hour long game. Best of one, round of 32 open qualifiers. It's open for them. They can see the door.
I mean, to be fair, I am very much rooting for Team Prime. Equals Prime.
Yeah, of course.
But this is this would be an insane comeback if they managed to make it happen on the Dire side.
This is some amazing. Can I just say we've been
Rapier on Lifestealer.
We've been so lucky with the quality of games we've been getting. These are some really good games. Moonlight Shadow here. I think she has the talent. Yeah, so 20% evasion, so every now and then you'll see it. There's that Divine Rapier plus 350 damage. They're barreling. We're barreling, DK.
They need to hit the Siege Creep.
Oh, they missed.
So close. Look at that Pangolier. He's bodyguarding it.
Yeah,
they're cutting
a wave mid. Wait, this is actually so hype. Okay. Oh yeah. Get the wagon in here.
middle tower
Marana,
is
she's
under
gonna
attack.
snipe it, but it doesn't matter because they've broken backdoor. But they do have at least backdoor for another 30 seconds or so. They've procced a BKB or two. How fast can they finish this game? Pretty darn fast, Truman. What is going on? Their backdoor's gonna kick in any second as they interrupt the pulverize. Okay, Ancient's exposed. They're still dead for 7 seconds here. Oh, but backdoor has kicked in, and now it's starting to go wrong for the Dire side. Rain doing what he can. He is just one-hitting them out here. 3 dead just like that. But there's megas on the Dire Ancients as well. Everyone's respawning. Oh God, what's going on? Rain, he's just being permabashed, but he's life stealing back up with the rapier. Pulverized, interrupted by the Rubik. Rain, he needs a little bit more. Right now, the Ancient is still alive, still exposed. Are they actually doing it?
So close. Nate's Prophet's almost up.
Radiant's
Charge comes
in-
forward. Nate's Prophet.
He just hit the throne! Oh, he killed him! He killed them both! Divine Rapier on deck, throne at 300 HP!
Rubik,
Oh,
right
he's
click,
going
right
in!
click.
He's going in! Oh, can he get it down? Oh,
Radiant's
just
inhibitor
yes!
is under
Oh, what in the world?
Oh my God, that was the 5 minutes that we joined the game.
Oh my God. Oh, what an absolute game for Dreamwalker. These are the best qualifiers I've ever seen, Sherman. What is this?
Oh my, that was actually insane. That was a base race right there. You had a Nature's Prophet over 1200 GPM in that game.
Oh, jeez. Wow, what a game. What a game. Very well played to Atomic Esports and Dreamwalker both, but that was amazing. That was genuinely amazing here. We'll look at this net worth graph in just a second, folks. But that was incredible. This Nature's Prophet got dangerously close to the overflow bug where his net worth resets. That's how crazy this game was. Unbelievable. Shout out to Rain for buying that Divine Rapier when it really counted and just focusing Throne. Absolutely incredible. Not actually as crazy. I mean, listen, this is obviously like a 10K net worth spike, which is pretty crazy, but not as crazy as I thought it would have been. Player net worth, though, that's a little bit of a different story. You can see, yeah, we're right where Marana steals this. Wow. That is wild. Yeah, 997 last hits. Good scout there. That's pretty crazy. Over 1200 GPM and still losing the game. That is rough. Can you still do that thing where you sprout the Ancient?
I don't know.
I remember that used to be a thing. They might have removed it, but
They probably removed it because it was stupid.
wow. What a game. What a game.
A little bit unfortunate that the that the ePulse Prime team is out,
Yeah, it is what it is, though.
but they'll have another chance 2 days.
That they will. Just a little day of a reset, and they'll be back at it, I'm sure. We are now moving into the next round here. You can see brackets on your screen.
Nerdrick versus Team M11 seems to be a good match.
Oh, we'll check that one out. You guys can catch this yourselves if you type or explore the bracket and look at the teams yourselves. If you type !bracket in the chat, you'll be linked to this very same page where you have all the control you want. I'll accept that party invite. Pull me in.
Okay, so I think we might have a broken ticket for that match because I got the waiting to watch game. Then you press cancel, then it says okay thing.
Not sure what that means.
Yeah. It's I don't know why, but it happened a lot back in the day with just tickets breaking.
We'll see. What match did you want to watch?
Nerdrig versus Team M11.
I can go ahead. Excuse me, and shoot someone a message. See if we can get a console command to join. But I think Truman will probably step away for about 10 or 15 minutes to take a break. How are you feeling about that?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. All right. While we find our next game, we're kind of in between a couple of matches right now. We are going to throw to a very short break, guys. Just to, a little bio break, make another cup of coffee. But we'll be back right at the top of the hour. Why don't we call it? So that's going to be just under 15 minutes of time. We'll see you in just a bit, guys. Stick around. Hello, we're back, everyone, and there's still lots of Dota being played. Thank you for joining us, Secret Strike and DK Truman here on the call as we continue to go through our qualifiers. Let's just go ahead and quickly contextualize this match that we're about to watch. I'll pull it up on the bracket because we are in what game now, Mr. Truman?
Renewal versus Lil Gun currently. And, they are what round?
Here they are. Should be in the... I don't know what round this is. It can only be the second round. So this is the round of third. This is the round of 16, which would be eighth finals. I don't know if that's a thing that's commonly said. So this is the path that both teams have taken. Renewal did have to play, so they're already warmed up. Right now, they're not looking too hot. We'll go ahead and jump in game. I'm sure you can hear the Dota noises in the background anyway, where we can see this game already underway.
Yeah, we got a Tinker versus a Lone Druid. Two heroes we don't get to see very often.
Very true. Well,
well, it's Lil Gun. They play like Lone Druid and like a Knight and Broodmother safe lane because it's 4-3. That's his shenanigan.
That's a really good sequence of events here for Lil Gun as they are going to go on a completely wild goose chase and awkwardly enough end up right underneath this tier 1 tower, so they'll take it after picking up a couple of kills. So that's 2 towers already in their favor. They're looking very strong right now. And this is just kill after kill right now for the Spirit Bear, which he has not named, unfortunately.
Oh, that's really sad, especially if you're a player like 423 who is just known for playing macro heroes. You've got to name your bear.
I really like his build, by the way. It always kind of slightly bothers me. You might even say, Truman, I can't bear to see it whenever the Spirit Bear, like Lone Druid hero, has like only boots or just nothing in his inventory. I like this a lot better. Just be a little stat efficient. You never know. It might help you live.
I love the build where they just get like 5 Wraith Bands and boots.
Yep. That's a bit later in the game, but agreed.
25-minute hits, and then boom, you got an extra 20 armor.
You got lots of stonks. Careful here, though. With the Tinker firing in some rockets. Or a first hit root onto Ember's Spirit. Ooh, almost had another one there. Careful, but with Tinker providing fire support, they could be able to fight that one off. So Tinker's approaching Blink. Right now it's all Lil Gun, but when Tinker does get Blink, he's a little bit of how they say, Truman, a pain in the ass.
Yeah, but there's Clockwork on the other side, so he'll be able to hunt him. Pangolier is pretty good against Tinker. Tusk is okay-ish against Tinker, especially because level 1 rearm takes very long. I mean, it's 3.25 seconds of rearm time. That's more than plenty to get caught by a hook shot.
It is? What's going on over here? Are they going to go diving? Not yet. The vessel's almost complete as well by Pango. Taking a look there. Very successful dive, it appears. Yeah, another missile salvo. Yeah, and they're going to secure the kill there. No, I don't know how worth it that is. You only get the Mirana. You end up giving a little bit of assist gold to an Ember. As well as a Tinker. This is a... What position is this Ember Spirit, by the way?
Tower is under attack.
Is this a forward Ember Spirit? This is a carry, right? He's got to be a carry with Falcon Blade?
I would say safe lane.
Safe lane. Seems to be making the most amount of sense.
I don't... Yeah. Really want to see how the draft actually went, that they decided to go for Tinker and put an Ember safe lane, which you don't see often or ever anymore. I mean, unless you see Eternal Envy, but that has been ages ago.
Yeah, he'll be back soon. You know, the man retired after he saw Yatoro play Dota so beautiful he couldn't replicate it. And then, well, now Isama, he's continuing into his training arc for the 2nd season, and I dearly miss and hope for his return someday. But for now, this is going to be the wraparound smoke. Lil Gun, and once again, they are going to find themselves a Mirana. Careful, though. There's going to be the Arena Spirit combo. Good damage on Lone Druid, but did get off that true form in time. He's going to stand his ground and fight a bit more, especially with reinforcements now coming in the form of a rolling ball. In comes the Pangolier. And likely down goes the Mars. Fight breaking out on the side, though, as that's going to be the Tusk trading himself away for the space to take down the Mars. A 2-for-1 trade favoring Lilgun, but there's going to be a hook shot. And with the Roots, there's a second kill. Tinker with Blink Dagger, though, again, very annoying, is going to make it out of this fight.
Yeah, that's right there. Lone Druid gets his true form off, and you already see him trying to get a high five from the enemies because he knows he's not dying anytime soon. All the life still coming in from the Spirit Link, from that bear attacking, and just in general, you get, what, 8 extra armor, 500 HP. You just stand there. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, you're not dying. And again, this is why I like to see this little bit of stats making a little bit of a difference. What is this? This is 6 strength, which is not much. It's like 120 HP, but, you know, it makes a bit of a difference, a little bit more armor against a lot of physical damage as well that's getting pumped out at you courtesy of this God's Rebuke. This is what I mean. I like seeing this stuff. At a minimal cost as well. Yeah, this is a really risky place to be farming. And
he doesn't really care, I think.
Spear's not going to land. He might care a little bit. Doesn't have this true form. Yeah, he's going to get out, and it'll be Tinker then. Sorry, make that clockwork. Another Tinker folk getting out of here. Maybe.
We are going to go in aggressively onto the Rana.
Good snowball.
Oh, that's a Whiffed Arena.
There's an SF in this game?
Yeah, that was their mid laner.
Have you I haven't seen him for a second.
He has been farming the triangle the entire time.
I mean, granted, we did start spectating only 6 minutes ago, but I have not. This is the first time I've seen him.
I mean, the rest of the map's being farmed by the Lone Druid, so he has no other space to farm.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I will say, actually, with that in mind, they are doing a really good job at still farming aggressively. And, I mean, look at this. I mean, they've amassed a 10k net worth lead. This is a disgusting amount of farm. So that would explain 4-2-3's positioning, rather, in terms of his aggressive farming. It allows Trill to stand back and take some safer, easier camps and just amass the farm, man. A 10k net worth lead. This one is likely going to turn into, at this rate, the most one-sided round we've seen.
Very much so. For the time being, at least. I mean, Tinker does have that Blink Dagger. Maybe he can get some good shenanigans going on, especially once he hits level 12. It becomes a lot faster, and pushing high ground is always hard against the Tinker, and also against the Tiny if the Tiny manages to farm Blink, which he's trying to gain. So it does get a little bit scarier, but it is still a Lone Druid, and 4-2-3 is a complete specialist.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, you mentioned this Tiny Blink Dagger, right? And that's where I think this farming aggressively, like having this confidence and the wherewithal, a nice juke there at least by the Mars, to execute on this, it's going to impact all the farm that Renewal can get, right? I mean, look at this. I believe this is Kazima, right? He's really struggling to get any amount of farm on himself. And this means, what is the Tiny going to get then? Ooh, he's not even going to get out alive here. Rolling Thunder is going to kind of whiff, so a couple of extra second spot from Mars, but not much. Tiny, in the meantime, is pushing top lane, but again, he's barely getting any farm here. It's true pain. Careful here. Good shot is going to connect, I think, under the bear, but the fear? Nope, not enough in time. With the swashbuckle, and then plenty of follow-up. Tower will go down, but it's Lilgun who claimed 3 on the way out. So, this is as Smoke calls it here, a full Gaben level shellacking.
Yeah, Tinker is farming his Ancients, which already says enough, considering it's not even a stack. It's literally just one Ancient camp, and it takes forever to kill for the Tinker at this stage.
Yeah, that's true. With this aggressive farming that we've been seeing out from RRQ, it does make it really difficult for Tinker to be able to do Tinker things, which is make big, massive stacks, have them easily defended, and then just tear him apart, right? With laser, and that's not even an Ember getting a kill there. He lives, he escapes with his life, but it doesn't feel good there to not get that kill.
Well, the control is completely in the Dire's favor. There are opportunities, but they honestly need to get a good engagement where they can kill that bear twice. Who is taking Roche in the meantime while they're distracted in mid?
Oh, ooh, careful. Oh, yeah, killed the Rocket Flare. Yeah, this one is looking really hard. I mean, RQ, I don't know what happened the first 8 minutes. Obviously, we weren't here. We were taking a quick little break. but it seems like they have. I mean, maybe just playing a little bit of a level ahead. It's Tiny. I mean, his Blink Dagger is. He's getting, you know, what, 5 gold every 4 seconds or something. He'll get there eventually, but it'll take some time. Take some time. The high ground at this stage, I mean, this is where Lone Druid excels, right? You want someone that sure is not going to scale that well, but can finish off games, and especially Siege. You call him the bear.
Yeah, you don't really care. You stand behind the bear. If the Tiny gets to toss, you're probably still only going to be able to toss back the bear, which is still annoying for the Lone Druid if it dies, but then you just walk away until it respawns, and then you go back in.
Yeah, they may decide to go high ground with this first Aegis. Not usually the standard move, but now that SF has level 15, with presence affects buildings, like I mean, look at this is ridiculous. I mean, I've seen teams at 50 minutes that don't push this fast. And here they go.
Yeah, they're knocking.
Hey, oh, and they caught Ember. If they can get a root. Oh, the fear and the root. He's dead. He's only dead for 30 seconds. That's how early we are in this game. So the Fortify is going to be very effective here, and that's a nice arena, at least on the way out, to secure the kill into the Pango. That may send Lilgun back. Or it's going to at least send him to find a kill onto a Tiny who's only 400 gold from Blink Dagger. Yeah, this is getting real bad.
Without the Tiny there, it's a little bit scary. You could possibly get the Mars spearback play on an enemy if they're a little bit too close, but right now they are just demolishing this building. Let us fight. Trill also has the Dragon Lance, so he can't stay out of range to try and mow it down, but they're actually going to fall back with the Pangolier dead and the creep wave constantly getting taken down.
Yeah. They're trying to get whatever farm they can at this stage, but we can see how easily they go high ground. And next time Little Gun come up and they come knocking, there will not be a Fortify. So, looking rather difficult here. Wave getting cut. We'll see what they can do. Waiting for a hook shot, but no opportunity presented itself. Good patience. Sipping Juice in Another World is going to be Sipping Juice in the Grave, as there's a solo kill top lane from the Pangolier. That was... Oh, wow. Hook shot in. Look at this guy. Nicely done. This clockwork. Woo! You get him.
There's it's just such a one-sided affair right now. I do like the name Sippin' Juice in Another World. It sounds really like it could be an isekai anime title.
This is the part where I pretend to understand the reference. Yes.
Okay. Transmigrating to Another World.
Ah, okay.
Any anime that... Digimon. The original.
Mm-hmm. I know that one too.
Dude, Digimon was the best when they had their first season.
It's the middle of Bear.
When I was young.
By Bear. And
Man doesn't watch any anime?
No, unfortunately not. I watched a lot of Discovery Channel growing up, and Counter-Strike.
Yeah, okay, I watched a lot of esports in general, but I watched like everything.
I watched a lot of Mythbusters. Speaking of Mythbusters, yeah, busting down the stairs. Look, this bear is, yeah, I was about to say. Ooh, hookshot just barely missing there. And yeah, this one's certainly, the writing's all over the wall. Is this Tiny?
They're trying to reclaim their DPC spot very quickly.
Yes,
they will.
Some,
haste.
It's going to be 2 lanes of barracks in 21 minutes, and honestly, they may just stick around. This is impressive because, of course, they're up against a Tinker who is doing his best to spam these missiles, and at least has level 2 rearm to make this a bit easier, but the true form in time. Arrow still connects, but it's Mars in trouble, and it's Mars down, so he's going to pen in the bear, but the bear is just already set on the tower, so it's not really going to bother him. They've also killed and found the Tinker, who has buyback, but may not be able to do anything about these barracks going down. I mean, this is... Oh, Tiny Blink! He sold his items for the Blink!
Value!
But it's not going to matter. This game is over.
Yeah, they... it's kind of the problem if you play against a specialist lineup,
Yep.
like Lil Gun. If you're up against 4-2-3, you pretty much always need to burn Brood, Lycan, Beast, Lone Druid. There's too many heroes that you need to ban against this team because he just plays the weirdest heroes, and then you have all the other. Then he picks Razor, and then you're completely done for another reason.
Absolutely. And there it is. Well gun, not messing around here. They are going to finish off this game as soon as the bear is not lasered.
Keep blinding it.
They are lasering the bear, and there's a kill. Okay. And then they GG. Okay, there it is. GG, well played. It's Lil Gun who are going to be moving on to the next one. There we go.
Well, that was
Dire victory.
yeah, that was a fast one.
That was a
Not
fast one.
as exhilarating as the previous matches of the day.
Good luck next. Good manners, though, from our eliminated team as they are down. I think we already have a team in the final eight slots already. I see Drink Water here has beaten Hope. They have been running through their day today. And let me see how many. So we are going to... We play these matches tomorrow. So round 5 is going to be played tomorrow. So we'll try and catch Drink Water because they ran through the day today. They actually played every round and beat all of their opponents. So we're looking basically at this schedule now as our most up-to-date bracket. So this is the last round to be played.
Lineup.
Sorry?
No, I just saw that Kishka was in that lineup.
Oh, was he?
Okay, let's see what other ones are there. Unleashed versus MVG. That one. First, I'm just gonna see if I can join any of the lobbies.
Yeah, that's smart before we promise something. So that is Lil Gun. I believe they're done for today then. Yeah, because this is already quarterfinals, so they are done. So Lil Gun and hashtag Reaper is going to be a best-of-3 match. All these matches here that I'm highlighting with my invisible mouse are going to be best-of-3 games. Yes, we'll try spec. So that means Lil Gun, they're done for today. We got to see them completely demolish one team in style, ease even, some would say. And they will be facing off versus hashtag Reaper. So they know their opponents. That side of the bracket is already set. Looks like these matches still taking a bit of time. We have jumped into... What team is this? Is this Team Virgo?
Dreamwalker versus Team Virgo.
Okay, here we go. Right back into some action. So we are spectating. I'll go back to the bracket real quick as this game has just started. So we're not missing... Oh, actually, we are missing First Blood. We'll jump back in real quick. It's a Pudge. It's a core Pudge, and he is going to die for First Blood, and it's the first stack of permanent agility for his Slark.
It's a safe lane Pudge. Didn't Pudge just get nerfed?
I'm not too sure, to be completely honest with you. I'd have to check.
Fleshy
I'd be surprised
nerf.
if he wasn't nerfed, honestly. But real quick, just to highlight the journey both these teams have taken, I'll go back around. The Dreamwalker did not have a first-round matchup, but they got that very exciting finish over Atomic Esports in the base race, so they must be feeling really good after that win. Team Virgo, a Malaysian team, did take down Creatix. I have not seen any of their games yet.
Ooh, 4 bounties and First Blood for Dreamwalkers.
Wow.
Okay, not bad.
Not at all. We'll take a look at some ranks as well while we wait for everyone to get into their lanes.
Radiant have the superior ranks, but that's mainly because they have 2 unranked players on Dreamwalkers.
See a rank 93 Broodmother. I'm going to be a little bit of a specialist. Sure. This unranked. Curious, an unranked Clark. And you're right, 2 unranked players. Mid lane Quap versus SF. I feel like we've jumped in a time machine and gone back to 2015, but I don't mind. Don't mind.
Quap actually got that nice buff with Sonic Wave cooldown reduction, which is pretty okay, and they buffed the Aghanim Scepter as well.
That Eggs was pretty funny because I believe what tournament was I? I was doing, I think it was an ESL 1 Malaysia group stage when day 1 we played on 731 and then day 2 we played on the brand new 732 patch. And teams, and that was a very high caliber tournament. There was like tier 1 teams in that tournament in the group stage. And the teams were very quick to assume that this Quap Eggs was going to be like the thing. I remember for like 2 days in that group stage, everyone was building Quap. A little bit differently, but usually involving like a Kaya and then an Ag Scepter. So it's interesting that that's been even buffed further, because it looked really strong back then, and it turned out that Lesh was just a superior beast.
Yeah, the Quap Ags is actually kind of disappointing. If you can have a really long fight, Quap Ags is pretty okay, but besides that, it's kind of very disappointing.
Yeah, and I'm sure, like I was saying, in the other meta, it's you just rather have the other guy.
Spare me the tears.
And now Quap's just marking up that he wants to get the Witchblade, so that's going to be a lot of damage. Ooh, Healing Salve got broken there, and Quap not really enjoying that early stage in the lane against SF. As you can see, last hits are disastrous for the Queen of Pain.
I'm surprised that they nerfed the cooldown on Flesh Heap. I guess maybe that was maybe the issue with it. To me, it was always the damage block was really strong, but it does enable you to play much more aggressively with Rotten lane, which is something I like.
It's a Rubik 5, actually. That's kind of cool.
What spells do you think he's looking to steal this game? What's the purpose of picking Rubik? We missed the draft, but
Mars, I guess.
Mars is pretty good. Maybe
that's the prime one.
Maybe a Clockwork, although you usually don't want to be hookshotting in as a Rubik.
Yeah, no, that's suicidal.
I could see that making the
Mystic Flare.
Yeah, I could see that yeah, Sky is good, but his mana costs are insane. This is always my issue whenever I find myself playing a Rubik.
Quap Sonic Wave.
Oh yeah, basically Quap spells I think are all really good.
Yeah,
so
it's not a great Rubik game, but that's why it's in position 5.
Yeah, and your lane's also really hard. As you can see, he's going to take a death here. Didn't have much mana, so at least he's going to be able to reset there. And he does give a pretty big, meaty wave to Pudge, who can easily tank to do this Mars, especially when Sky just has no mana to harass him with.
Yeah, it's also really tough for the Pudge, because the Mars can just spear you away, and if you hook Skyrath innate movement speed is ridiculous with 325, so they just can't keep up with the Sky.
He's the fastest hero in the game now. I know he used to share that with like an Enchantress, I believe. Coddle got nerfed. Pugna's also very speedy. That's a good stat there. I think SF did he TP? Yeah, SF TP'd back to lane, by the way, for the bottle refill. Surprised, to be honest, that Rubik didn't TP mid for the refill. I wonder what his decision was, or what the thought process was behind that for Team Virgo. Because the Pudge is fine.
Toxic.
Lane's push it. Yeah, he just didn't want to refill him. They slightly nerfed the Pudge 15 talents to reduce his spell lifesteal from 10 to 8. Okay, that's a little bit of a difference.
He just gets Bloodstone. Just like everyone else, just gets a Bloodstone, pops his Rot. Actually, that probably would work. But he doesn't use that much mana.
Yeah. And then he does not. Would be good for the lifesteal though. I like the thought of that. Gareth, any changes? Look like it. As far as he's seen here, he's going to have a really hard time once this Broodmother is online, won't he?
Yeah, depending on, of course, the Broodmother build, because Orchid is always a thing, but we've seen a couple of Broodmothers already today that went for the Pipe Rush, which would be a lot worse for the Skyrath and the Quap to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, just like generally, Skyrath's just, I mean, 0 armor hero, right? And well, lots of.
You just get the shard, and then you hit someone with Mystic Flare, and you run around with like 20 armor.
I agree. I think this shard's a little slept on. I think the shard is kind of decent.
It's so, if you actually, you know, they tried to split the damage between them because of the that the damage from Mystic Flare spreads, and if they do a couple of them on top of each other, you just walk away with like 50 extra int and 20 armor, and you're like, okay, thank you, I'll take it.
Yeah, and then you become the carry. You have right click damage. You carry now. Careful here. Pudge in danger of dying. Has Flesh Heap activated though, and 10 stick charges with the Ring of Health. Yeah, those Sky right clicks aren't doing anything, but neither is the hook, as it'll sail harmlessly just to the side of the Sky.
Well, it is regardless, a very scary game for the Radiant because there is a Slark on the other side, and this is, I mean, Slark against Pudge is such a insanely good matchup.
Yeah, he's already got 2 permanent stacks of Agi built up as well, as he does find a kill against the... Ooh, nice stun actually from this Nyx Assassin. Really good rotation here, preempting the minute 6 runes. Don't always expect the rotation at this time, but considering it's a Broodmother, she can kind of just lane by herself. Well, for how long, maybe? For long enough.
Insatiable Hunger does help significantly.
Careful here. There's a hook onto... Is this guy, his name is Quacka, is it?
Quokka.
My apologies. I have... I think I have... that thing where you mix up letters, honestly.
Oh, yeah, my sister has that.
Yeah.
Dyslexic.
Yes, I can't. Whenever letters are like this small and next to each other, I can't, man. I confuse them all the time. So apologies if I ever cast one of your games and you say that guy's not saying my name. I don't mean to do it.
Well, to be fair, we probably mispronounce 90% of the names anyway.
Yeah, that's on occasion. Is this guy gonna live? Very slow here. The shadow raises a couple of
Triangle
right clicks,
boots.
but he is he is a tanky lad here. This Clockwork, plenty of armor, but it's going to be the Rubik who secures the rune bottom here. Clockwork though is salving up, ready to fight a bit, and that's a really nice jump in from Gab. He denies the refill here from Najjo, who uses the last of his mana for the shadow raise onto way 2. But look, the salve keeps him alive. He's out of there.
Forgot to deny him. That's a bit of a mistake.
And now Slark is actually struggling a little bit in this top lane. Seems like the basic rule is here, anytime that Insatiable Hunger is up, he just cannot fight. And he's just getting all these Silken Bolas spammed at him. Stop. Here's the bottle refill, by the way.
Needs at level 6. Does Quap? Yeah, Quap just got the bottle delivered as well. Very late bottle.
It was. Nice though. Yeah, this is a pretty good lane though so far for Najjo. SF off to a good start now with full treads online. We're pretty happy there. Oh, I love this. The double bracer. Double bracer meta. It might be back here. Woka on the Mars deciding that that's best for this game. Just to tank up a little bit more.
Walking around with 1200 HP, not too shabby.
Oh, it's a good kill on the Najjo if they can get it, and they will. What will it cost them? Maybe nothing? It's way 2. Tanks that last tower shot just fine.
I still think it's dumb that if a Skywrath Mage shoots an Arcane Bolt to you or a concussive shot and you smoke, you still get hit. I have had so many times where I attempt to smoke to survive and I still die. And I always forget, it just hits. Because I think it's the concussive shot and it's because it does an AoE blast around the person that it hits.
Yeah, perhaps like a Sven bolt.
Yeah.
Alright, Rain does have his level
Candy
6
Loon.
now, so he's having a fun time. Already used Shadow Dance, by the way, so yeah, didn't need to get out of there before the Fade Bolts hit. In comes Gab. Gab with the Sonic Wave. Can deny the Broodmother. I think the Spiderlings were just hoping to do that, which is very lore accurate for spiders. They do enjoy eating their mothers as soon as they're born. But that's going to be a dead Rubik now as a very strong rotation. So Gab with a really strong couple of minutes here off of, I don't know if he had a power rune. I didn't see him grab a rune, but a rotation top lane to turn the gank and then a kill on the way back after he kills the mid laner is a really, really good start.
They eat their mothers when they're born, really?
Yeah, some spiders do that. It's pretty brutal. See this.
I know that the Black Widow eats the husband, but...
I didn't know that, actually.
Well, that's why they're called the Black Widow. Because they're a widow. They eat the husband to get the nourishment for having the kids.
Yes, it actually has a name. That's how common this practice is in insects. I don't know how to pronounce it. Matrophagy. It's when you eat your mother after you're born. It's within the first few weeks of life, and has been documented in some species of insects, worms, pseudo-scorpions. What is that? Man, who do you call if you have pseudo-scorpions in your house? The Ghostbusters?
I would a tactical nuke.
And other arachnids, basically. So yeah, it's the thing.
Okay, that's absolutely
Dire's
terrifying.
top tower is under attack.
Pretty much. Game's progressing pretty nice. It kills heavily favoring here. Dire, but I don't know if this is exactly going to turn into the game that you might expect off of this kill score. 1K net worth lead, but the Broodmother is squarely online. They have sent Mars here to delay a bit. Interesting tactic.
This is a very good hero to kill off the spiders, just lacking a little bit of damage to one-shot them. But the difference is really the Quap's lane was absolutely terrible. It has recovered with the kills in the top lane, though, significantly, but as you can see, the Slark is the real dangerous factor here. Darley chasing in after the Slark, unfortunately doesn't have backup to go for a kill, but a nice arena top lane. The Candies, Scooters all get taken down. Mystic Flare on top. There's the kill for the Sky.
I hope that's an Australia exclusive. Yeah, hopefully the devs region lock pseudo scorpions. I agree. Careful here, Gab, with the smoke play is coming bottom. This Clockwork's only level 4, but way too. I don't want to distract or get too distracted talking about pseudo scorpions, because he's having a fantastic game on this Clockwork, I have to say. This is going to be a kill there, and another successful rotation from Gab onto the core Pudge. Counter smoke now from Team Virgo as they will head into the jungle and maybe look a bit of a kill onto Quokka. Detta to set this up. In comes now the Broodmother as well. They're bringing in the creep wave and a nice spear, but I think between the supports they ought to have enough damage and they will pick up the kill.
This Slark has 5 kills at the moment. He's level 9. He's pretty close to finishing up his Diffusal Blade as well. This hero is getting out of control. Speaking of Australia, you ever seen those trapdoor spiders?
Excuse me? A trapdoor spider?
Yeah, they're like burrowed in the ground and they like yeet out, grab something, and then jump back in.
That's hilarious.
It's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen.
I've seen that in beetles, I believe, where they like make a little burrow, and then like if something steps on them, they just like pop out and eat it. It's like a little quicksand trap, basically. I didn't know spiders did that though. That's pretty cool. Are they massive? No, come on. Don't tell me that these burrow spiders are huge. What do you call them? Trapdoor spiders?
Yeah.
Are you telling me like I can go? I can go to like
big.
Australia one day and go over to my mate's house, and if I go, one day outside to, go do a shed, look at trapdoor spider.
Yeah, you just walk up to the shed and then you just fall into a massive burrow. Rip.
I mean, this is a big spider too. I mean, have you ever look at the size of this Broodmother? Honestly.
Dire's middle tower.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've seen too many spider movies. No. Ugh. Spiders are terrifying. I don't have arachnophobia, but I understand why people do.
Yeah,
I hate
get
clowns though.
Why are you casting with me then?
Because I gotta get over my fear somehow.
All right, nice hook there, set up from the long distance impale. Arena of Blood does actually allow Gab to get out with a DD root and a couple of bottle slips. Maybe thinking about turning Sonic Wave now to hold back the Broodmother, but they distracted. They got a little distracted there. So Virgo in a very strong position. There's not really much left to fight with. That is going to be then a dead Quap. Quokka as well, needing to escape, and they will make it out alive. Hello, and Mikant. I believe, I don't know if there's any official coverage of the Chinese qualifiers, but I think people are telling you there's a couple of independent casters and other streamers covering it. Best of luck. Or you can always catch them, of course, in client on Ticket. But you're watching the official C coverage here for CDPC for the next tour. Thank you guys for joining. Pretty casual coverage, of course, on the first day of Open Qualifiers while we jump around and watch a couple different teams. But this is round 1 of 4 of the Open Qualifiers. Day 1 of 2. All these matches are going to be best of ones, and this might be the last match we get to catch today. We might jump and see another match, but we will likely won't be able to catch another full match today. But tomorrow we resume at 1 p.m. SGT. Right? Sorry?
I think there was one team behind.
There could
like,
be.
They
could be.
were slacking.
But
Yeah, Unleashed is playing against MVG, and after that they have to face against Revo.
reveal here. That is a very dead Rubik, poor guy.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And that'll be a
attack.
tower then, or maybe not. They have
Dire are
ultis.
scanning.
They're just trying to bait.
Also, I think the Chinese DPC is done for the day.
Radiant structures
Yeah, I think they
are
might have
fortified.
started an hour earlier, or maybe on time. Plus, I'm not 100% sure, but
I think they
Radiant's
always
middle
start an
tower
hour
is under
earlier.
attack.
Like in the past at least, they were always
oh,
an hour earlier.
aggressive jump. An arena of blood. Sonic Wave does catch 3, pushing them into the walls of the arena. Ooh, nicely done. I mean, come on now, Pudges. I mean, that is ridiculous. He literally did not care about that Mystic Flare. That is a hero's ultimate ability.
Yeah, it's because it's all individual small ticks of damage.
I
and
know
flashy.
why. It's
It's
just
so
funny.
stupid.
It's just funny. Did he have lift? No lift. Okay. All right, that was a big fight.
Well, both sides lost their 2 main cores and the support, so pretty even in that engagement.
And
So
Tao's,
killing off the Slark is pretty advantageous.
yeah, and the tower's still alive as well for Virgo, so that feel pretty good for them. But a fairly even fight. It's a close game, much closer than, of course, the kill score
Dire's middle
would have you
tower
believe.
is
But
under
honestly, if you're watching Open Qualifiers, first of all, thank you. Hopefully you're enjoying us on your second monitor at work or what have you. But you probably already knew that, because that means you watch a lot of Dota.
I mean, to be fair, who is really working in these days when there's Dota coming back, the World Cup is up, everyone's distracted doing other stuff.
It is also Sun.
Everyone's busy with their Christmas purchases,
Ah, yes.
or
Ooh.
Hanukkah, or
Holidays coming up.
I don't know if there's another one.
I don't know. I don't know holiday. Chinese New Year is not too far out. It's a couple months away. January 20th, I believe. That'll be exciting as well.
But first, we have normal New Year.
First, we do have,
Radiant are
yes,
scanning.
we have Celestial New Year and then the Lunar New Year. That's correct.
Is it really called Celestial New Year?
I don't know what it's called, but it is the Earth returning to the same arbitrary point that they decided when we started the year. So, yeah.
Celestial. I'm gonna look if that is a
I don't
thing.
know what it's called. It's Solar New Year? I don't know,
Dire's
man.
top tower
I don't
is
know.
under attack.
Here they go. Good hook onto the Queen of Pain, but that's going to get the Arena Blood out. Telekinesis, though, that's a good one. And this time, didn't get off the fleshy. Pudge, though, stick, popping everything, making it out alive on a hair of HP. He'll turn the engagement. And that is Team Virgo with a nice pick-off. Good fight.
A celestial calendar uses 13 months based on
Jeez.
the 13 sign zodiacs.
Oh, no. Okay, not like that, please. I mean, we are casting Team Virgo, so it would be appropriate, but I didn't mean it like that.
So yeah, then you got like the Pisces month and everything. So what's the...
They actually... You get to live... Rain really wants this tower. He'll get it.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower has fallen.
Gregorian New Year. This is the Gregorian calendar.
Yes, the Gregorian calendar. That makes a lot more sense. Gregorian.
I don't even know what Gregorian is.
He was probably a guy who looked at the stars. Likely. I don't know either.
I know there's like Gregorian music, so I think it's like a time period or something.
Oh, I've heard of Gregorian chants. That is right. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure, unfortunately. My knowledge of European history is not too strong. Let me get this.
Relating to Pope Gregory.
Oh, he's a pope. All right, so definitely Holy Roman Empire period, most likely then. Cool. The more you know. Virgo starting to really take over this map, though. As you can see, Broodmother, she goes where she pleases. And spawns plenty of spiderlings along the way.
Well, currently, let's... Yeah, the co-op is really falling behind in terms of farm, but the Slark is done with the Aghanim Scepter now, so that is a good timing to take a fight, but he needs a bit more survivability in those fights because the Requiem of Souls
Dire's
constantly
bottom
destroys
tower is
them.
under attack.
Yeah, that fear
Dire's structures are fortified.
is going to be a bit of an issue. Can you, how does that work? Does the fear apply once, or is it one of those things that continues to apply?
Dire's bottom
I
tower has fallen.
I think it continues to apply if those beams are over you.
That's kind of what I expected
Dire's
with
bottom tower is
a
under
thing like
attack.
Dark Pact. Careful here. Whoa. Oh, little hoof stomp. He got excited. Eager to find a fight. A little bit more difficult to find one. This one that Team Virgo are going to give up that easily. A nice map movement from them. Realizing they're one match away from the relative safety of best of threes, and I'm sure they know how much they would like to be in those best of threes, because then your opponents can't pick Broodmother against you in a best of one.
I mean, they probably still will pick Broodmother because we've seen like 4 Broodmother games today.
We have seen a lot of Brood. That's accurate. Actually, you know what? That would be an interesting segment for tomorrow. Talk a little bit about the Dota stats of what we've been seeing in these qualifiers. But it is a separate ticket, fortunately. Careful here. You Candy Loon.
Candy.
Vessel, or was that a mechanism? Use. Damage being done here. My goodness, this Rubik has got a lot of damage. And they actually have found Rain with the stun. Careful here, Pudge in position. Has Dismember. Hook. Ooh, unfortunately, the pounce is a bit too far. Arena of Blood used on top of the Mystic Flare for the kill as Nazjo shows up to the fight with BKB. He's going to be able to at least take a Skyrat down, but it's a 2-for-1 trade, maybe even more, as sticking around is Team Virgo. They're going to lose the Courier and still likely the Rubik. So a 3-for-1 trade.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a very good fight. That Slark, once he got the Ags, becomes a lot scarier to deal with. Pudge didn't have his own Ags to deliver just yet. And honestly, once the Pudge Ags now comes out, it is a bit scarier for the Slark, because if he goes into a Shadow Dance, he still takes an immense amount of damage. Plus, the healing reduction is also pretty nasty to deal with.
All right. Quite interestingly enough, it's just selection bias here. We have seen 100% of the Broodmother games. Broodmother has only been picked twice, Truman.
Huh.
We've
It feels like we've seen so many Broodmother.
That's what I mean. We've seen every single Broodmother on this stream. And of course, we only catch around 1/10 of the games being played, right? Oh, hello. That was a double pounce, but careful. Support is incoming, and there's going to be the fear applied. They know exactly where this Slark is. It's a matter of whether they can stun him in time. And, well, they stunned him. He dispelled it, but they still had the damage. Can they get more? Potentially. 4 staff, no telekinesis, but there's going to be a lot of damage out from this Rubik here. Hook sails through. It'll clear both supports. They're still going to get the kill onto Blackberry, and likely the tower.
Yeah, the only one that can really kill off those Brood Spooters easily is the Mars in this game. Or unless you blow a Sonic Wave on them, because they do have a lot of magic resistance on the spiders. Plus, this Broodmother's got a pipe. He's going for the Guarding Greaves. So it's full-on support Broodmother so far in the builds that we've seen.
Just a little bit of interesting stats as well. We have 5 heroes that are above an 80, we'll call it, this arbitrary stat, above an 80% contested rate. Tusk has been picked or banned in every single game we've had. Ember Spirit's just shy of that, 94%. Broodmother, 88%. The Broodmother overwhelmingly banned at the moment in this qualifier meta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a little bit interesting.
Okay. Would have expected with the Wraith Bag nerf that it wouldn't be that bad for the Brood.
Yeah. Yeah, Smoke's
But
exactly
I
right.
thought it would be a lot worse for the Brood, but... And we also got a nerf on the Spider Vision. Okay, big fight.
That's actually maybe a good hook. It kind of renders this arena useless, but the fight's still bad for Team Virgo. I don't know if Pudge can do much about it. Does he have his Axe Scepter yet? He does, but everyone here is just too tanky. Rain! Okay. Where did that damage come from? Hello and goodbye, says Nazjo, as he joins the fight a bit late.
Wow, that was a lot of damage.
He cleaned up.
2 Shadow Rays and a little bit of the fart damage from Pudge, and you're dead.
Yeah, wow. That really turned on his head. Okay, we got 4 auto attacks from SF doing just about 200 apiece there to that Queen of Pain. Ouch.
It will be Roshan secured, and honestly, yeah, you got the pudge, but that Shadow Fiend is the main core of this game.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. That's something I don't think they're going to be mistaking from now on. Not pudge. I mean, he's just damage over time. He's just annoying amorphous blob that you have to kill. Otherwise, he farts on you the whole fight, and you end up really taking quite a beating there. Not to mention, I suppose if you're affected by the rot, it's going to really nerf your Shadow Dance regen when you press your ulti. That's a problem, actually. I didn't consider that as a potential counter in the middle of fights.
Yeah, and especially because Shadow Dance is well, flat HP regen now instead of percentage based. So scaling into the later portions of the game, the Slark does not have the same level of healing as you otherwise would have.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's only getting, I can't do that kind of math, but he's already losing like 30 HP regen a second over the course of the ulti, right? So that's significant. That is significant. It's basically like he loses a level. Obviously, the duration still goes up, and his movement speed and whatever, but he loses the level as far as the HP gain per second is how that kind of breaks down. So it doesn't really feel too good to be Slark when you're in the rot AoE.
They also have two Force Staffs and a Hurricane Pike on the Radiant side to get out of the Slark's range every single time, and out of the Clockwork Cogs, and out of the Mystic Flare. So they have a lot of tools
bottom tower is under
that
attack.
are really good against the Dire team.
And this is always something I see, speaking of Clockwork, right, about getting outside of Cogs. This is something I've been seeing a lot of really, really impressive Clockworks do, is that they just build a Force Staff too. So as soon as you Force Staff outside of his Cogs, he Force Staffs himself and then just continues to hit you with the Battery Assault. And it's pretty good. It's a way for you to continue to be relevant in fights, which is always the goal. All right. Okay, Sonic Wave, not doing much other than pushing Nyx Assassin down the cliff.
Yeah, Sonic Wave now stolen on the Rubik, so that is a very dangerous pickup, especially against the Slark.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
How much does it
Oh,
do, actually?
hold on, careful here. Oh, no shard yet. That was a good effort. I wonder if the... Oh, no! The hook just shy.
Wait, yeah.
I wonder if...
Can't you dismember during hook? Okay.
Can you? Usually you have like a 1.1 second like disabled time when you throw hook.
Okay, yeah, because he was just standing there, back turned to the quap. Did have the nom-nom available, but currently it's looking very good for the Radiant side.
What was I going to say? What am I talking about? Oh, right. I wonder, and this is likely the reason, but I think Gab has not purchased this Blink Shard because he knows that it just gives Nyx Assassin another way for him to get stunned. Like, if he had Shard in that instance, Escott stuns him and he dies, So, that's a pretty smart pickup, or I guess non-pickup.
Yeah, it's painful that you can't get it, though.
Yeah, it's a good Shard. Helps you kill Spiderlings as well. Which, as you can see, they could really use at this stage. They're really going high ground here on this first Aegis.
It's not even Presence Aura affects buildings. He went for the Shadow Rays damage on the SF to deal with the Slark.
That's a good scout. A good scout, pardon. That is surprising.
I actually like that choice, knowing that the Slark is, like, you need to kill him in his Shadow Dance.
Yes. Oh, and he BKB'd. I did not expect him to come out of the base. A third duration left on BKB. No pounce charges remaining. He just has to bail from this fight. He's got the Depth Shroud now as well to fight with, but maybe just feeling a little bit pressured there. Gab was nowhere near the fight, so you're going to be missing a lot of damage regardless. Yeah, that's kind of rough. No BKB now. I think that was the BKB reveal for Rain. Indeed.
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend also has a Blink Dagger, so he's going to be able to get on the back lines, and considering his damage is already 250 plus, he will be able to absolutely melt the supports. Like 1200 HP Skywrath Mage with 2 armor is the easiest target ever.
And as Smoke points out, he's right here. They are giving this Skywrath a lot of space. He's fairly farmed for himself. So a full Veil and about 2/3 way through of that Blink
Dire's
Dagger.
middle barracks are
He's
under
not going to have it in time for this,
Radiant's
well,
bottom tower has
not
fallen.
really much of a battle for mid lane
Radiant's
barracks.
top
Could be a bit of a
tower is
battle.
under attack.
Slark has no BKB for 20 seconds. Team Virgo, though, without Aegis now. Dagger for Quokka. He's going to make the jump in. Does get caught immediately. There's the Soul and Sonic Wave, and the regular one thrown right back at Rubik. That'll condemn him. Cogs are going to catch 2 as Way 2 is going to die. Got the buyback, and they've only gotten the ranged barracks. Virgo making the calculations now. Calculations running, and they've decided it's
Slark's
not worth
coming.
sticking around.
They're going in. And this is looking pretty dangerous. Darley slowly, very, very slowly is turning his attention to the Mars. Nice Requiem of Souls, and immediately Nashor just blows up the Quab, going for more. That's Quokka dead. And Rain, can he even continue this engagement? No, he cannot. His BKB and his ulti are gone. His shard has been extended as well.
He's got a
Way
lot of
too.
essence, but no teammates. This is rough, though. Quap bought back, so this is really, really... You're in an awkward scenario. That's going to be a huge net worth swing here, you can see. Yeah, I think this... I think the pressure's kind of getting to this this team just a little bit, if I dare say. I think that's an ill-advised buyback, considering the location of the fight and considering the way this game was going. You know, you've turned what was potentially, I don't know, maybe an extra kill or two, and then they still probably get your barracks into a second set of racks, and now the enemies have a
Dire's
major
top
win
tower
condition
has
here.
fallen. Dire's top
It's rough.
barracks are under attack.
I understand what
Dire's
the
top
Slark's trying
barracks
to do
has
in those
fallen.
fights. He wants to just get all the stacks away from the Pudge
Dire's top
because
barracks
it's pretty
has
good
fallen.
against Pudge. The problem is Pudge is not the scary one in these engagements.
All right, here he goes.
Look how long it takes him.
Getting these essence stacks up, and Pudge does not care, but now he does. He's dead. 30 essence. Oh my goodness, Rain is still hiding inside his Depth Shroud. He does have a pounce to get back out, and BKB in 3 seconds. Dreamwalkers maybe considering looking for more. There is absolutely no mana on Skywrath Mage, but he's going to do what he can here, as that's a stolen Depth Shroud. Wow, the baits! That was a really nice bait. Nice job. They'll probably get at least one more hero in addition to the Rubik if he doesn't put the Depth Shroud there. They wasted like a couple of spells thinking they were heroes in that stolen shroud. Really, really nicely done. That's cool.
I do really like the fact that they. I mean, it's been a
Radiant's top
while
tower
now, but
is
there
under
was
attack.
an update where they added stuff like you can use shards
Radiant's
from
top
enemies
tower has
Yeah.
on the Rubik, because when you previously would steal Depth Shroud because you didn't have his ulti, it did nothing. It didn't even show up. Same with so many other things like Shaman. When you shackle someone, it didn't summon the Serpent Wards, or yeah, Serpent Wards, and now it does. But it was just so weird that half the spells you stole just did nothing.
Yeah. No, very true. I also think that was a major addition. And honestly, it's not like Rubik is that crazy anyway. Like, he is crazy. He literally shakes when he speaks. But, like, of a hero in the meta, it's not like we have Rubiks terrorizing our pubs like Leshrac did. You know what I mean? So I didn't mind, like, having that kind of buff to the Rubik. I thought it was really fun. It's one of my favorite heroes, but I have an atrocious win rate with him. I think I only win, like, 45% of the games I play with him. Not fun. Wait, pain.
Well, let's see. Shadow
This
Fiend
is
is
dangerous.
pretty much-
Uh-oh. Requiem. It's going to catch him with the fear, and he actually got body blocked there. Really good positioning, just keeping him in place on that body block, allowing for those double raises to connect, and with that extra damage there from the 15 talent, that's a very quick and massive pick-off onto the Queen of Pain. That was the dieback I was talking about. This could be
Shadow Raise
megas.
those stupid amounts of damage.
Oh, yeah.
400 damage per Shadow Raise, and you can pretty much yeet 3 on top of each other in very quick
Dire's bottom
succession.
tower has fallen.
So now he's like a bit of a combo between physical and magic damage, which is very enjoyable to watch.
Yep. Careful here. Rain. And we'll be able to break the pounds. I think, yeah, it's a lot of damage. It's pretty ridiculous, especially with the stack damage, and now it applies that little silly slow per stack. Really annoying.
Dire's
For sure.
bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, but this is for Megas already. Oh, goodness. Rain took one big right click from Nazjo. Now trying to fight through this one, holding on to his other tools, but he's already used the Depth Shroud here, and is going to pounce all the way out of the fight. Mars gets the BKB off, but nearly dead. Now he's being consumed on his own walls of the spear. Down he will go. Looks like Clockwork as well. Not going to last much longer. There's going to be a buyback. The Mystic Flare doing nothing because there's too many heroes there to absorb the damage. Hook not going to fish back the Slark, but it is still the Megas, and the GG is called. Team Virgo, the Malaysian stack, moving on to the second day here of the first round of qualifiers. Well done.
It's a little bit sad that the team that came back after, you know, the previous showdown that they had, the what's it, Dream Weavers?
Dream Walkers.
Walkers.
Yeah, Dream Walker.
Yeah. They had a very good series previously, but unfortunately for them, their run ends here. Luckily enough, there are still plenty of chances because there are 4 open qualifiers that you can try to compete in.
Yep. Yes, indeed. But we have our bracket filling up a bit more for day 2. Go ahead and take a look there. I'd also keep my eye on Way 2. He had a phenomenal early game. I think his problem was that the Queen of Pain just didn't really work out. I didn't really see Blackberry either. He was mostly with the Mars looking for those kinds of kills. I would have also liked to see him maybe roam a little bit with the Clockwork. But just a difficult game. That SF out of control pretty early on. But I thought they addressed the Broodmother and the Pudge very well in the early game. So I was surprised to see that game kind of turn as hard as it did for Team Virgo.
Yeah, their early game went very well, but they just lacked the damage to kill off any of the enemy heroes in quick succession. Because the main target that Slark wanted to kill was the Pudge, but he pops Flashy, Mystic Flare does nothing, right clicks from Slark pretty much do nothing, and he just walks away most of those engagements. Quickly check in, there is actually DPC China qualifier still going on, so they were just not popping up previously. But there's also, of course, Southeast Asian matches. There are 2 left, I think.
Yeah, it looks
Revo versus some
MVG.
Omoko
MVG.
Form MVG.
Yeah,
Okay, MVG.
There's also M11 versus Spawn team, it looks like. Should be also running. We'll go ahead and see which one of those we can jump into. But we are wrapping up nearly our day 1. Thank you guys for joining. Hopefully you've enjoyed the little bit more relaxed coverage. We had some really, really good games to start the day. Not to say anything, of course, of these last couple games we watched, but some really, really highlights for sure. So definitely check out those teams as they continue their journey forward. I think what's a little bit unfortunate is, Zen... Who was it? Was it what was our first game we spectated? Do you remember, Truman?
Neon, I think.
Was it Neon and Zen? Yeah, it must have been. So Neon's still moving on through. Of course, those guys look phenomenal. They're going to be facing off versus Team Virgo tomorrow in the best of 3s for those quarterfinals. You need to win 2 best of 3s to get into the closed qualifiers. Now for Neon and Virgo, anyone here in this round 5, and. I think, unfortunately, that means Dreamwalker is out of this round. We haven't seen Hope versus Drinkwater yet, but Drinkwater on to the final day as well. That might be exciting to watch. And M11, which match are we trying to watch now? The M11 match?
The M11 match.
Team. Okay, cool.
Because that one was up and the other one wasn't yet.
Yeah, this match also impressed me. We also watched M11 a bit earlier. We saw their match versus a team called WOLEP, WOLEP. Who is this in the logo? I can't see who this is in the logo. But yeah, they were also really exciting to watch.
I think that's a player from DG. I have no idea.
I'm not sure. It does look like a player from some dragon team for sure.
And Nerdrig was beaten by Team 11 previously. Then that's interesting because Nerdrig is the I think it was the Yamate Young God stack.
See, we'll bring it back to webcams here, Truman. Getting you a heads up so you don't. I don't know. What would you do on camera so you don't show everyone your bald head on accident?
Hey, I shaved it yesterday, okay?
Goodness gracious. We're still waiting for our next match to get started, guys, so we're just taking a bit of a breather here. Thank you for tuning in. Again, round 1 of 4, and if you want to check the bracket out yourselves, go ahead and type !bracket so you can go ahead and take a look at matches that are going to be going on tomorrow, as well as the match that we're about to witness today.
We haven't seen any Razor yet. I don't.
That is
I want.
surprising. Let me check the Dota buff and take a look at that. Because that is a very good point. He has only been picked once, but has been banned at least 9 times. Let me refresh this page and see what he says. Yeah, that is interesting. He is not even in like the top, I don't know, 12 or 15 maybe off the bat most contested heroes. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah.
I really want to see a little bit more, even though I will get sick of it 100% during the DPC. But I want to see a little bit more about it of the hero. I'm also actually wondering, what like, is the next big update for Dota? Is it coming after
It would
the
definitely
first
be.
major?
It would definitely be after close qualifiers. I think they're definitely going to have a
Radiant team ban.
a pretty big
Dire team
balance
ban.
patch
Radiant team ban.
before the start of DPC. But
Dire
obviously they
team
would
ban.
not touch anything between opens and close.
Radiant
Simply
team
because there's no
pick.
time, and also because it wouldn't really be super fair. But I imagine we're gonna
Dire
have a
team
patch
pick.
probably right when the battle pass ends. They're gonna do, I think, a major patch. Again, I've got no inside information, but this is what I would like to see happen, and I think the Valve also would, like to have a brand new patch for all the pros to play on for the new year. Just seems
Yeah,
right.
let's
10
get some map
seconds
changes.
remaining.
Oh,
Please.
heck yeah. I mean, I've been begging for map changes. I mean, if you listen to my cast, especially at the start of any new patch for the past 2 years, I've been begging for map changes. So
Radiant
I have high hopes that'll
Disruptor.
be that we'll see some, I don't know about significant changes, but some changes. And to be fair, we did have a map change somewhat recently, right near the Dire staircase to the Roche pit. So that, still changed a couple of things.
10
Did
seconds
they announce a new
remaining.
hero at TI? No, they didn't.
They did,
Right?
yeah, Muerta.
Radiant
Oh.
team ban.
Oh yeah, Muerta. Oh, maybe we get to see Muerta.
Dire team
Yeah,
ban.
the
Yeah.
thing that I don't remember what it
Radiant
like a
team
ghost
ban.
gunslinger.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Some sort of like it looked like some kind of like if I can be, I'm trying to be, I don't know. It looked kind of Mexican. I mean, I say that and I'm Mexican. It looked like some kind of Mexican Day of the Dead inspired kind of thing.
10 seconds.
I mean, it's
remaining.
called Muerta, so I assume.
Yeah, crossed with like the Mexican revolutionary kind
seconds
of
remaining.
imagery of lots of women with revolvers
Dire
and stuff like
team
that.
ban.
So it seems to be, I don't know. It's a cool hero, and hopefully she's a carry. It'd be cool to have a fun new carry in there.
A carry, a new hero made by Valve. Come on, that never happens.
We'll see. But there's the Razor in the banning phase that we're talking about. He is
10
taken out.
seconds
Other
remaining.
popular heroes that have been seen a lot of picks here is this Tusk. First
5
overall pick
seconds
in this
remaining.
draft by Team M11. That is going to be his 12th pick of this qualifiers. With about a
That's
45%
pretty
win rate.
insane. It's also a bit flexible. We saw it previously as well
Radiant
with the.
team ban.
They lost that game. I can't even remember the team, but they had the life stealer that got kited by a sniper.
Yeah, that's the one. What else? Lots of Mirana being picked as well. So it's interesting that Spawn
Snaking.
team are going to ban it out. Yeah, snaking, one of the
10
best
seconds
Miranas out of the
remaining.
North American region for sure. Go back to the
Dire
Join Dota
team
League,
ban.
maybe season 12 or 13, and you'll see me saying that as well. I've been saying that for years now. Glad that man finally has got an Aegis to his name. Well played to Tundra, of course. But interesting that this hero is still as hotly contested. It's rivaling even Tusk as far as the most picked hero in
10
this
seconds
qualifiers.
remaining.
Yeah, Next Assassin,
5
Shard,
seconds
and
remaining.
whatnot can be very annoying to deal with. It's essentially just a walking ward that also could get you a good gank. If you have a hero on your
Dire
lineup
team
with
pick.
anything global, you can always make a combo
Radiant
happen. Think
team
Foker,
pick.
even though I don't think Foker gets picked like ever anymore. On very rare occasions, but it is always very scary to play against Nyx because any invis hero on the enemy side is going to cost the support so much money in terms of just getting all the
10
wards
seconds
and
remaining.
dusts available.
5 seconds remaining.
Very true. Does have to, you got to up your warding game, and Always be reading the map very carefully whenever there's a Nyx on the enemy team. It does make it a bit more painful. We'll see how M11 look to respond. Nyx as well, pretty fun to play against Silencer, you know? Sure, you can steal my int, just wait till I press W on you later.
Yeah, I don't think you want to walk around with 200 mana on a Nyx Assassin and be like, haha, I have the last laugh.
What? I think mana burn's only like 100. Just carry mangoes, you know? It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, Vendetta out of mana. We'll
see here.
Silencer's been heavily picked as well in different tournaments. I've seen it being first phase material.
6 picks so far. This is going to be the 7th. M11 have picked it previously. They've also picked it in conjunction
Radiant
with
team
a
pick.
Mirana. Let me see where
Dire
they ran
team
this.
pick.
Their last match.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster Hoodwink. So this looks to be a mid-tusk then. Beastmaster offlane Hoodwink for Silencer 5.
What I really want to see here, Truman.
10 seconds remaining.
I want to see Beastmaster
5
rip out his
seconds
Nintendo
remaining.
DS and play some bongo drums on them, you know? Get him the acceptor. I've never seen it built before. He's going to play the Donkey Kong bongo game.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah. I know the game. Ooh, Lycan. So they're just going to steal each other's creeps. Okay. That's going to be Helm of the Overlord, yoink yoink. Yeah. I know that Einkrad, that's a mid laner in Eastern Europe, liked to play Beastmaster mid with the Ags.
Really?
And just
5
yeah,
that's amazing.
Remaining.
I love Einkrad even
like
more.
that.
He was great. I used to cast a lot of Einkrad 2 years ago in the first season in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, he's wild as a mid laner. Loves his pango.
He's the pango. Yeah, I was gonna say he's the pango guy. I think he was on. Wasn't he on PuckChamp? Or was that?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, that's right. Good times. Good to hear he's still doing crazy stuff like that in the mid lane, because I think that's really what made that team stand apart. And when they made some changes and went to Div 1 that year, they weren't really looking too hot anymore. And I think it was because of that. They lost a lot of their fun factor. Not the fun factor, but the difference makers, you know? The people that think about Dota differently.
5 seconds
like Dahawk, right? I think Einkrad was one of these guys. Krelat, their carry as well, was another one of these guys. I remember they were running this strat. I think it was like I don't know if it was a 5 Sven or a 4 Sven, but it was a support Sven with a carry wisp, and it was the funniest thing. Just, you know, based on, you know, you see these guys relocate in, and everyone's stunning the wisp, and they're scared of the wisp, and they're just leaving the Sven to do whatever he wants because he's only the support. Good times, good times.
Yeah, I like lineups that are a bit wacky like that. They play their own game, their own meta. They don't really care about the rest. I mean, Tundra obviously is like the biggest example. They play weird stuff and it works. They play a 5 position snaking Mirana and okay, they win TI.
Very true. He was always a. I mean, back when they still had Fata on the team, I believe he was always jungling as well. So that team's always had their ideas about Dota. Really, really cool journey for them, especially for me. Like when I saw them play at Riyadh Masters, of course with a stand-in, but not really the full team. They also had their own ideas that didn't work, and it felt and looked lackluster. But obviously they were in. They knew what they were doing by the end of TI, to say the least. The last couple of bans coming out here. We got rid of the Doom, who cannot, you know, making sure that your creeps aren't going to be eaten. Lone Druid as well, taken out of the pool. Would have been a really nasty push draft for sure.
I would love to, even though it's not going to happen because they already have a Lycan and a Mars, I would love to see a Night Stalker on spawn
5
team.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, honestly, that's another guy who eats your creeps. And it's really good. I like it a lot versus a Hoodwink and a Silencer. Mostly because you almost always get to at least cast your ultimate on Night Stalker before Global Silence comes out, and that's all you need, you know, on this on this hero. Much like a Sven, right? You don't care as long as you get God Strength off. You don't care if you're doomed or silenced or whatever. You'll fight through it.
Yeah, just fight through the pain.
Exactly. That's what we do every day here, Truman.
Yeah,
we'll get through it.
That's how we survive.
One day at a time. One day at a time. Team 11 though, one last pick here. Couple more seconds remaining now as their reserve time winds down.
Dire team pick.
They will end up picking themselves up Monkey King. Okay. So seems like a Tusk is still somewhat flexed. I'm not super familiar with this team. I would be fibbing if I said I was, but
it definitely has to be a mid Tusk.
yeah, it
10
looks
seconds
likely
remaining.
a mid. In their previous game, where they did pick a silencer, it was a
5
support, so
seconds
I would
remaining.
also assume it's a support.
Just get the Night Stalker. There are no ranged cores in this game. Just get a Night Stalker, put him in the mid, off lane, safe lane. Honestly, you can flex it as much as you want, because the only problem that you have would be the Monkey King. And if you put Night Stalker can lane against Tusk pretty nicely, I think. I have no idea how that matchup. Well, it should be just fine.
Yeah, I reckon
You're at
it's
level
fine
6,
with
you can.
a Beastmaster. I think there's some kill threat early, but you just have to basically just use what is it, Void on creeps, right? Not Void, that's the silence. The first ability, you know.
No, the first one is Void. Crippling Fear is the
That's
silence.
right. It's PL.
Choose your
Okay,
hero.
they have nothing against PL. Well, I guess if Monkey gets like a Battle Fury, maybe they have something with, the Battle Fury Ags build that was heavy in China.
Oh yo, I didn't know this was Mamang Daya. Heck yeah, this guy is amazing. Is he still mid? Is this a mid Mars then? Sorry to cut you off there because you were spitting facts about PL, but
Should be a mid Mars because I don't think you want to put a Lycan in the mid lane.
this guy's incredible. Mamang Daya.
What team was he from?
Oh goodness. I'd have to go down his Liquipedia to see past it or
Oh, his name is orange for me. The Apes Esports. And then Neon Esports before an Army Army
AG.
Geniuses.
It was
quick.
definitely AG.
Yeah.
I casted him on. Yeah, 100%.
God, that's already a year ago.
Yeah, no, well, back when I moved here to Southeast Asia, I casted a bunch of local tournaments, and I remember screaming this guy's name because he was so impressive. He is a Meepo player as well, according to his Dota buff. But yeah, definitely Army Geniuses. This guy's good.
Okay, looking forward to seeing what he can bring. He's got that big flare on his set, though. Look at that breastplate and helmet. Even the pants. Really enjoying it. Okay. Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen him perform. He is only 20 years old, so definitely has a whole career still ahead of him.
Oh yeah. Lots of young blood still coming up through the Southeast Asian scene. Love to see it. We'll see how this game gets going. Still a best of one. Oh, I've never seen this double-headed disruptor mount. Very interesting. We'll see how they get along then as we get underway for probably our last best of one of the day.
Yeah,
Travis is also a
we'll
very good player, Indonesian. Thank you for the heads up, Smoke. Keep my eye on him.
check out them ranks. Let's see. Because that is in open qualifiers one of the more interesting aspects. Among Dire is for rank 45.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh, the Dire team is in general. They're almost all top 100.
Looking forward to them. The Travins, according to Smoke, someone to keep our eye on. I'm telling you, man, keep your eye on Mamang Dad. This guy, his stocks are definitely going to go to the moon pretty soon. For sure. Oh, they're duo partners. Good to know. Song of the Siren. Ifrit.
Not looking at the names at the start of this game, I was thinking M11, you know, they are the team that I have seen more of, as in the title of the team. I know Ifrit from that lineup as well.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm thinking that Dire team is pretty scary to deal with. Their lineup as well, like this PL, it is a game where it's going to be really hard to stop a PL. Like, those two supports do nothing against the PL.
Oh, I thought we were going to see a four-man rampage here from the next. Still good enough to get him out of that one. Harmless. Yeah, I thought this... so Ifrit caught my eye because there was a Mexican player who played for Team Jolatl, whose name was Ifrit. And I thought it was him for a second. I was like, no way. And I don't believe it is. So this is a different Ifrit than to the one I know, which is interesting because I thought this was a fairly unique name. Is it from an anime, perhaps?
Ifrit is, I think it's like a mythological creature or something, because
okay.
I know that in Final Fantasy X,
Yeah.
you can have like this massive fire demon dog thingy that's called Ifrit.
Yes,
I think
Smoke.
it's like some fire demon.
Oh, sorry about that. Ifrit is a summon. Thank you, Smoke. Yeah. It's he was yeah. Malong Dai was also on Neon as well. Final Fantasy VIII, my Dutch friend. Look at you. Your friends are calling you out.
Oh, it's definitely Final Fantasy X. Yuna summons him. I've never played 8.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Listen, if there's one thing I've learned from watching the Game Awards, other than make sure you don't let random kids on stage, it's that people really like Final Fantasy. That's fine. That's fine. I like Dota, but it's not something I'd want to be wrong about. It would be tread light there, Mr. Truman.
I looked it up. He's in Final Fantasy X. Oh, he's also in 8, it seems. He's in both. So we both are correct. I've never played 8.
It's like a genie. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, they use that sort of stuff a lot in like anime and whatnot.
That's fine. I think it's cool. I think genies are pretty cool. The idea that you can accidentally summon usually otherworldly and sometimes very powerful entity that is also, you know, by the very nature of you accidentally summoning it in your debt, very interesting concept. In terms of,
I think most of them are like evil and they want to kill you, kind of vibe.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It naturally creates conflict, right? Which is funny. All those like the genies always being very deceptive, right? For example, it's good stuff.
Yeah, like in that Brendan Fraser movie where he gets like 7 wishes.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the one. The only genie movie I know is Aladdin. Of course, that
one's nice.
That one's pretty nice. That genie's pretty nice. So, especially because it's Robin Williams. Rest in peace.
Or it's Will Smith. Rest in peace.
Ah, that's hot. I wonder if there's going to be a YouTuber ride. Okay, I'm sorry, folks. We're a little off the rails. But, you know, in the early game for the Open Qualifiers, we're keeping it fast and loose. So far at top lane, a little nice and early first blood. Travens, he's probably got a bunch of regen coming to him in lane. Yeah, a little bit. And is this going to be... Okay, so it's powered treads. I thought it was... it might have been a Midas for a second when I saw the gloves of haste for the Monkey King. But he is going to be queuing up, for now, a Manta style, is the looks of things. We were discussing earlier what the build might end up being, a Battle Fury, potentially, sometimes Maelstrom. Won't be either. Oh, of course, that's for the PL, so that'd be very standard. We still don't know what Ifrit is going to queue up. My apologies.
Yeah, it's the big question, you know. China, old school, would be Battle Fury Ags, but Maelstrom wouldn't be too surprising, considering you can fight a lot earlier with it. And honestly, even with the Battle Fury plus Ags build, if it goes to late game, PL will just dodge you completely.
All right, nice rotation mid. What?
That voice line is so horrid.
Oh, I didn't even see the silencer. He threw that glaive from so far off screen. I thought Nyx Assassin denied the rune or something. But a crucial rotations from the bottom lane supports. Malong Daya denied of the water rune refill as the spear was successfully juked by this guy. Are You Happy? Nice juke, nice name. And so it's going to be slightly difficult here for Malong Daya for the next couple of minutes, but he has a support TP in mid, as Travens takes it at top lane and refills the bottle.
Laning-wise, it's going pretty nice. Currently for M11, the Monkey King's lane is going superb, whereas G-Croy on the Dire side, the PL, is having a little bit more troubles getting the last hits in. That's because this Beastmaster is going for the Wild Axes build to push out the PL instead of going for boars.
I wonder if that's also got anything to do with Disruptor. Of all the supports, I think Disruptor might actually do fairly decently against Boars, just off the nature of how strong Thunderstrike is. But you can spam more Boars than he can Thunderstrikes. I don't know. Maybe it's more to do with the PL, as you say. Likely it is, now that I think about it a bit more.
Yeah, it's also... Oh, mid arena being dropped, but are you happy? Has ice shards, and... it's a bit risky to go in on the Mars. He's waiting for him to drop lower. And there we go. That's the kill in return. Plus, perma instill on an already dumb hero.
Oh, yeah. There we go. 2 bonus intelligence. And the first rune here is going to spawn. Unfortunately, are you happy? Oh, he's not going to die. I thought they would have had him there with that second point in Thunderstrike, but he make it out alive. Gets the Invis rune picked up. And he may even turn this into a gank bottom? He's thinking... No, okay, he sips the bottle. Okay, I wasn't too sure. He's actually going to give it a go anyway. Snowball, Walrus Punch, Shards ready to go. But Ifrit, he's scared him off a bit. Mid lane. Instead, they may look for Flappy. Good glimpse. Gets Flappy back underneath nearly the Dire Tower as the TP back from Are You Happy? Walrus Punch onto the Disruptor. Travin's wishing he had glimpse now. Can do nothing but drop a little kinetic field, which should condemn Flappy, and it does. So... he does not die completely in vain. Top lane, it's going to be Jikroy who avoids death there. Tower is going to go down, though. This is a very big wave and bolstered by the flag barrier creep.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, the Beastmaster is being a massive nuisance. He's also almost done with the Helm of the Dominator, so the harass onto the PL is going to be exceptional. Luckily, of course, he is out of mana currently, but Travis has glimpse. That should be a dead Hoodwink.
And I think, yeah, Econ is dead. I wonder if this is Econ, I don't know what nationality is, but in Malay, Econ is fish. So I don't know if Econ Koki is a type of fish, potentially.
I would have no idea.
No.
I only know that what idiot is in Filipino.
I know a couple other words in Tagalog as well, but maybe not best for a DPC broadcast.
I mean, my name, my old name used to actually be Happy Idiots in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in different languages, which I realized later.
Oh, they gotta kill top. Whoa, he actually kind of juked him a bit. He even juked Mia there on the tree. Kill then is going to be onto the Mars. Are You Happy as well? Picking up the rune. So Mamang Daya, unfortunately, not having a great showing versus this Tusk so far. As Are You Happy now with the DD in the bottle, looks to rotate towards the top lane. We're in trouble. Is his Beastmaster throwing a couple last axes in his dying breaths. He will fall. Are You Happy, though, is about to, absolutely murder this Disruptor. And maybe even look for a +1. The tower's already down here, so Truman, it'll be a double kill.
Well, that one comes from beyond the grave because he's got that coconut seed shot, from the Warpine Raider that looks like something straight out of the Moana movie. Ooh, Mamagdaya, quick with the Quelling Blade cut in mid. So double damage Tusk hurts.
That he does. Really, really good rotations from Are You Happy so far this game. Down bottom here, Smoke, to answer your question, it seems like we'll be going with the Battle Fury flavored Monkey King so far anyway, is what's in the quick buy. And we'll see.
His lane has gone really well, so it's not too surprising.
Yeah, the only thing that scares me about Battle Fury is up against a Nyx, you've got some uncontrollable damage. Naturally, you're going to be farming the jungle a little bit more, which gives Nyx some more opportunities to kill you, but I don't know. I think both are fine. Just trying to flesh it out a little bit more this game. The Nyx is a little bit of a concern, but Maelstrom as well is uncontrollable damage and can also proc the stun on the Carapace, so potato. I think either way, he's going to have to be careful no matter what.
I think if his lane went worse, he would have gone for the Maelstrom. But because he's got such a good lane, you can scale incredibly fast.
Yeah. Both attempts on his life have been unsuccessful so far, as we see he simply avoids the Impale stun from the Nyx Assassin.
And Are You Happy? 5-0-1 on the Tusk at the moment. Really far. Misses the Walrus Punch, though. That's a little bit problematic. PL, they want to go in. They do have a glimpse available. But the Snowball, nice move from Flappy. Gave vision onto the creeps so that he could dodge the glimpse. That is some really good coordination coming out.
Yeah, they really need these Impales to land. And that's going to be Mamang Daya taking a death. BFL committing the roar there. As down to the low ground here, the Hawk Vision allowing Are You Happy to snowball on down. There's an Impale that hits, but not going to change the outcome of this fight. It's 2 dead as Are You Happy and company diving beyond the tier 1 tower, which is only taking 50 hit points of damage. It's for some kills. That's Mamang Daya's 3rd death so far, having a really, really tough opening on this Mars.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's
is
gotten
under attack.
to deal with multiple enemies the entire time because they keep rotating through bottom lane. A bit of an engagement. Ifrit, can he get himself out of there? He's trying to get kill onto the Lycan, but he's too far away. And
So
a good move
close.
from Jikroy. Looking for more,
close.
but Are You Happy should walk it off.
He would have full healed if he had
Dire's
Boundless
top
Strike. It was
tower
like
is
2
under
seconds
attack.
away. He definitely would have full healed with all his illusions and, 3 heroes down bottom. That would have been a meaty Boundless Strike for sure. Unfortunately, it did not get it off in time. I don't know if he had the Jingu Mastery buff, to be honest. But I was just so focused on that. It's going to be...
He had 2 Jingu Mastery charges.
He was close then. Not enough. It's going to be, by the way, Helm of the Overlord. Not too surprising for the Beastmaster. So his push, his dominance, and his chokehold here over the jungle is going to strengthen. On there, well, they'll have no shortage, basically, of fights to take with, I think, how aggressive this squad at M11 is going to end up being. Their positioning.
Yeah, Lycan's doing the exact same thing, so they're actually just going to steal each other's creeps in every fight. Always dumb. Always dumb.
I do think that it's a bit easier for Spawn to go for these kind of pickoffs, though, only because, well, 2 reasons, right? They have got a Nyx and a Disruptor who are pretty good at maintaining control over areas compared to, like, a Silencer and a Hoodwink, right? Who don't really exert the same amount of control and AoE influence.
And they also have Arena, so you got the Kinetic
Yep.
Field and Arena, so you lock everyone in place. Plus, you can... That's one thing that the Monkey has to be very careful of this game, is that if the Mars spots you for half a second in the trees, he just drops the Arena and cuts you down.
Yeah, that's
Radiant
true.
are scanning.
That stun, of course, 4 seconds long, pierces magic immunity, so you got to be careful there. Mamang Daya going to avoid the bushwhack, but he might have still more trouble coming his way. Are You Happy? Deliberating whether or not he should snowball in and decides against it, but from behind, the Wolf. The Wolf runs, and it does not care if it's silenced, for you are dead, Silence. That's a beautiful static story animation as Mamang Daya is going to die. Silence could not get off the Arena of Blood, but now BFL stuck in a bit of a rough place. He's going to receive a bit of assistance courtesy of a nice stun from long range. Ifrit, in fact, now laying down the Wukong's
Double damage
command,
PL.
but in comes PL with the DD rune, kind of getting torn apart here, though. Does need to be a bit careful. The Jingu Mastery number above his head identifying the real PL, but he's going to turn back now to fight the Phantom Rush on in. And down goes the Monkey King, too. Mamang Daya, the only one taking a death. Spawn coming in clutch there to really win a big fight, maybe even take the tower.
And that's the level 3 glimpse right there from the Disruptor being able to walk close enough, get the Static Storm Connect Fuel, but this Tusk going back in. Snowball will not be able to connect. Lycan should falter though.
He's trying to avoid the sharpshooter. Instead, it'll be absorbed by Nyx, but he's got the Tranquil Boots running, and he's already running back home.
But it's
Dire's
still a very
middle tower
favorable
is under
fight there
attack.
for Spawn regardless.
Dire's structures
Tier 1
are
tower will be
fortified.
taking some damage in the meantime. Don't really think that they're actually even going to contest it. Maybe Mamang Daya, if he gets there in time. He just really needs that Blink Dagger though. He's just not able to get a good fight starting
Dire's middle
ever.
tower is under
Because he
attack.
just gets targeted down so quickly.
Yeah, he's having a really hard game. If he can get this Blink Dagger online, I think he can look to start turning things around because there's a lot of setup for him. That's the beauty of this draft. There's no real one combo. I know you identified the concentric circles. Your Arena of Blood, your Static Storm, Kinetic Fields, right? Those are always good combos, but other than that, there's no bespoke dual Mystic Flare, step 1, step 2 kind of combo, which is really nice for these kind of lineups when you're looking to make your way back into the game. There's no one way
Dire's
you need to
top
do
tower
things, which
is
means there's
under
no
attack.
one thing enemies need to watch out for.
Radiant's bottom tower
Gives you a lot more
is under
flexibility
attack.
here. As you can see, them stalking their target, concentric circles, absolutely nowhere. BFL is going straight back to the range fountain. That's a pick off, and now even with the silencer just being demolished, probably one of the worst heroes to play versus Lycan. Feels so bad, man.
Yeah, it's free money every single time the Lycan sees you. He also has the Wild Wing Ripper, so he's got that Hurricane Force Staff shenanigan that he can throw out if he's trying to catch you. Okay, Lycan takes a lot of damage there. And they will find the Wild Wing Ripper for an extra $100.
All right, you know, I keep forgetting, but we've got ourselves our Twitch channel points now. I forgot how to make a prediction poll, though. I think I need to go to the dashboard, is it?
You have mod view. There's a sword that you can press at the bottom. And then you go to a moderator overview.
Predictions.
And yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we got that big. Wait, that means. Wait a second.
All right. Prediction's up. Only 30 seconds though. Very quickly. Very first prediction on the channel. Welcome everyone.
Has been denied.
Start banking up your points now ahead of the DPC season. Okay. Global Science, better fight now actually for M11.
Well, Lycan very slowly ticking away, will be taken down in the end. Catch onto the Hoodwink, should be a kill on the side, but Chikroy needs some backup, and the Roar is going to catch him out, and that is a big kill. The Arena comes out a little bit too late from Amangdaya. And this is not looking good. They're actually going in for more. The Mars taking some heavy damage. Will they be able to take him down? Amangdaya, he's not even walking back. He knows he is done for. But they're pretty deep underneath the tower. Luckily enough, there is no fortification available. Otherwise, they could have been absolutely destroyed. And look at Are You Happy? 10, 1, and 6 on the Tusk.
Yeah, this is bonkers. He's made so much space. You can see Ifrit showing up to this fight has a full Battle Fury ready to go. So he has a couple of tools and even a little bit of relevance in these fights. So that's pretty nice.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I wanted it to be a short prediction though, because I knew that it was. I knew it was. We're already, 16 minutes into the game. I forgot to do it. We spectated this game from the start, and I completely forgot. But remind me next time, and I won't whiff on the prediction game. There you go, killing a Beastmaster, pretty easy actually. And that was just really between the Lycan Wolves and the Nyx Assassin. Really, really opportunistic kill. Look at them, boar on wolf wars. Wolves will win this one.
I'm Amangdaya going for the BKB instead of the Blink Dagger, so not going to go for the playmaking, but just wants to be able to survive the fights a little bit longer. He's actually ahead of Jikroy in terms of net worth, which is kind of surprising, considering he's had a very rough game. But Monkey King Battle Fury done. He's got the Ogre Axe. He's going for the BKB rush on the Monkey. And at that point, you can just stand against everything, really. There's not really a way to kill off a Monkey King at that stage.
Oh, Mars from Amangdaya farming pretty far out in the mid lane. Sharpshooter, maybe not that far, as they actually failed to kill him. And now, set up there. Global Silence is used, but it will actually scare away Spawn. Respecting the usage of that. Roche is being just started up here as well, and they're without a couple of big tools here. No global or any potential contest of Roche, but actually M11 with a 9-head move. They actually get out of the Roche bit before the scan comes in. Ooh, so they might not know. Spawn may be none the wiser.
Yeah, but it's not max level tag team. A Monkey King Battle Fury build is not really good at taking Roche.
Uh-oh. Good ward coverage here. It looks like M11 is going to win a pretty decent couple of pickoffs here. Maybe more. There's no boots on this Lycan. He has no shapeshift for 11, but Spawn are the ones with vision here on this side of the jungle. So they're playing a lot more confidently.
Well, let's see. How are they opening up the map so far? That's kind of the only downside, really. for the Dire side. They can use the Wolves to scout, but compared to the vision gain of the Hawk from the Beastmaster, there's a significant difference. Also, the Monkey King can scout pretty nicely in the trees.
You got the Nyx, right?
Yeah.
He's set up like 3 or 4 kills already. I mean, he only has 4 assists, but most of these have come from his one gank mid, and then in the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes. He's been doing a good job with this Vendetta. But I agree with you. I mean, having the Hawk vision, I mean, here it goes, right? Having the monkey in trees, you know, it's good. It's very, very useful. And I think this Hawk is actually outside of the sentry range. That smoke may have been scouted. I'm not 100% sure. By the positioning from M11, it seems like it was. And they will counter smoke, in fact. Go for a little bit of a wraparound play. Travins, though, has just cut their eyes there. Very crucial D-ward is not going to stop M11 from still taking the position nonetheless. They've got their Hawk up, but have no idea where enemies are other than this Ancient Granite Golem. Smoke's breaking now, but they're right underneath the spawn ward. As Mamang Daya is going to get out, has his BKB, looking to potentially turn. The Global Silence coming through, though, as the Roar, I think it's onto NTP. All right, the pickoff for the Nyx Assassin. That's 2 big ultis down. Wukong's command, that's 3 even. Global and the Roar. Sharpshooter is well used. Not a lot left in the tank here for M11. They do have a man advantage.
And Shapeshift has been used, so honestly, the Lycan is half a hero at this stage. But once PL joins, it does get a little bit scary. He was primarily trying to get himself the Manta finish, which he now does have completed on the PL, so he'll be actually farming pretty nicely because of that Manta style being secured. Next item is going to be the Heart, and that is really when the PL wants to actually fight.
Yep. Yeah, Heart's always the big thing here, as you say, and is a major turning point for any PL in their game. It's always the journey. First you get your Manta style, then you get your Diffusal, and then you get your Heart, and then you are well on the path to Enlightenment and destroying the enemy Ancient.
They are back in the Roche bit. The rotations are very far away to try and deny. This should be the Aegis secured. The Wolf will scout it out, but there's honestly not much that they can do.
Yeah, a bit too slow. Nyx Assassin trying to get in there, but they've been dewarded on the cliff, so they see him, and there's a sentry ward outside of the Roche pit, which you're honestly expecting if you play. I mean, there's so many sentries actually in the river. Yeah, there was just no way Nyx Assassin was ever going to get on there without being scouted. So there goes Roche. That's a BKB now as well for our Monkey King. And is going next into the Daedalus to actually amp the damage a bit more. No Acceptor quite yet. Mamang Daya, on the other hand, has now doubled back after the BKB is completed and picked up the Blink Dagger. He's still managed to stay fairly farmed, considering how tough this game has been for him. I mean, he's got just as much farm as Are You Happy, who is an 11-1 and 7 Tusk, and this is a 2-5 and 3 Mars. Of course, he does farm a bit faster thanks to that God's Rebuke and Spear, but still, he's been finding the space. He's kept his head down, he's got the money, and now the items to show for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This Monkey is building up the Chrysalis, so probably looking to build a Daedalus downline. Could have even considered going for Silver Edge for that extra mobility to dodge away from the PL and whatnot, if need be, and break the Mars against the Bulwark. But that is still something to be seen. It is not an item you see this early on at Monkey King normally, because it tends to be one of the more squishy safe laners in the game. He does already have BKB, but for the most part, 1800 HP is not much, especially if Lycan and his army start badgering you.
Ah, that's a good word, badgering. Oh, Global Silence a bit late. Spear comes through. Ifrit maybe looking to turn. There's still a BKB, and Ifrit, well, he's holding on to his, so he doesn't actually get into the arena. Quick little glimpse there for a bit more damage. But otherwise, an ulti for an ulti. And with Aegis here is Ifrit. Of course, M11 feeling a bit stronger to continue pushing. Guards are going to be reflected there on the Carapace. Stun as well connects. They're continuing stunning here. Are You Happy very effectively. Wolves as well, really getting in there, trying to do a little bit more damage. Careful. Oh, the glimpse is going to be blocked by the snowball. That actually would have killed him. Go, maybe looking for more, but Ifrit putting himself in position here. Make sure that his comrade stays alive. Really nice play there. Both teams, especially I want to say Spawn in that instance, really just pushing it to the edge, making sure that they don't lose any heroes unnecessarily.
Yeah, very risky play. Of course, they really wanted to secure that kill, but they had to stay on the outskirts, because if you get roared up in that scenario, you just die very quickly. This Monkey King does a lot of damage. He is going to go and continue for that Daedalus. So if you get close to the monkey, he will destroy you. His right-click damage is immense at this stage. And again, Jikroy doesn't really want to actually fight until he gets the heart. And then he will just try to primarily dodge the PL every single time.
It's just being quite annoying here. Causing chaos a bit and breaking smokes in the process. Dodging that dust. Make it out alive. Careful though, Disruptor. Look at that. He juked the stun. He can TP. He probably can TP. Yeah, he'll be fine. Play there. Wasting a lot of time there from M11, making this Aegis feel a little impotent here. It's always a bit annoying.
Lycan going for the BKB next. He went for drums, so more auras for his team purchased. Plus you get that 20 movement speed with aura, which is pretty nice for the Lycans, considering you don't ever want to really buy boots.
Yeah, that's right. Anti-boots buyer. Wolves need no armor, especially on their feet. He goes the calloused way.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, he does build AC, so he builds a massive chest plate.
Dire's bottom tower
Not this game, he hasn't. He still has got a lot of armor though.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, it's a bulky boy. Where does he get all the... Oh, the Helm of the Overlord, obviously.
Yeah, he's got that helm, and I think, yeah, this Dragonhide aura as well, and the Ancient Black Dragon. Not only does he have the worst teeth in Dota, but he also has some of the best armor in the game.
And the aura from the Vlads also gives armor. Okay. That's a lot of armor that he just has.
Pretty good. Ever since forever ago, it feels like a decision. Maybe 3 or 4 years, Cleave no longer ignores armor. So having our armor for your boy PL is really, really nice, especially because Jikroy, who we haven't talked about in a while because he's just been farming everywhere he goes, he's about to finish up the heart.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And that is normally the better moment. They also don't have an Aegis anymore on M11 side. They are starting to get a bit ahead in terms of net worth, which is slightly concerning. And Ifrit is actually going for the Skadi instead of finishing up the Daedalus. So that is a really good item for Monkey King, because one of the things that Monkey King really struggles with is his HP pool compared to most safe laners, and the fact that if they get on top of you, it's not really the best hero for being dove upon. It doesn't have like a good disengage if they're already on top of you.
Actually, I don't even think they knew the Nyx was there. They were just nuking the wave. I think maybe he's happier that he actually didn't catch anyone on the carapace. Why is this centaur so big? Do they get bigger when you use Helm of the Overlord on them? Is that how you know it's like an Overlord creep? Because it's literally bigger than Beastmaster. It's huge.
Yeah.
It's probably bigger than Centaur, like the hero.
I don't know. Centaur is a pretty big hero, and I think Beastmaster is just, you know, a small god.
He's a short king, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he's a short king. He's.
That could be. Yeah, that could be, honestly. That's
Mars
why
is bigger.
That's why he has boars and hawks, right? Because if he had like giraffes and like elephants, he wants to hang out with the shorter animals.
That 100%. The weird spitting boars.
Yeah, spit poison. Gemma True Sight, by the way, up on Are You Happy? But for now, we have hit this period of farming. I suspect it's Spawn, though, who are a little bit more eager to fight despite being down 6k. I mean, I suppose this PL, he really just wants to wait for his
Radiant's
shard
bottom
now, but
tower is under
like
attack.
he's really going to be in business pretty soon here. Roshan in 30 seconds, so both teams just playing it disciplined, but M11 have been the ones more or less left with this area of the map, at least to themselves. So they've got wards up, they've checked for wards using the gem, and that'll make Spawn's entrance here a little bit more difficult.
Full Scotty's already done on the monkey, and next item he wants to build is that Aghanim Scepter. They went from 4k net worth lead to 7k in just a couple of minutes, and they are starting to get a bit out of control in terms of net worth. They also have the Roche side of the map in their control. So that's depending on when it spawns. Minute 20, that's a pretty decent timing, but yeah, they're trying to split the map a little bit with the Lycan. However, there is one creep in the Radiant base, and that's the Ancient Black Dragon the entire time, just blasting the creep wave to make sure that the tier 3 tower is defended.
It's doing a really effective job at that, to be honest.
Lycan should steal that one.
You know? A decent idea. It would require the Lycan to be down there, and right now, instead, he's just farming.
He's farming.
He's farming. He'd rather farm with it. Fight breaking out,
mid.
maybe in the mid lane, though.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh,
is
Walrus
kick.
Pardon me. Global Silence coming through among Dyla. Pops the BKB. But are you happy as well? With his actives, going to be easily walk away from the arena. Ifrit, ooh, is speared. They're thinking about joining this fight here, but it's already a 5v4. Roche up in 20 seconds. It's a lot easier to let first Roche go for free. This second Roche, though, might have more dire implications, especially in the best of ones for your open qualifier runs. We'll see what Spawn decides to do, but it doesn't really seem like they're grouping up to make a go at this Roche, which is spawning shortly.
Yeah, that was a nasty one there. Lycan pops his shapeshift, goes to chase after the Hoodwink. Hoodwink glimmers himself, then he chases after the Silencer. Silencer glimmers himself, and then he's just standing there. I don't have any way to scout them out. Buys a dust, gets it delivered right now because realizes there's no other chance to kill them if I do not have the dust available. It's going for the Scythe of Vice on the Lycan. If you get the Monkey King Hex, you do have probably enough time for the PL to take him down. Because the PL does hurt significantly if you do not get the BKB off.
Yeah, I think so. This Monkey King, though, I mean, he is going to start being a problem. I'd like to see this Monkey King, by the way, pick up the Shard. I think that would really help his getting on top of this PL kind of problems that he may start to suffer from. I'm not sure if this Shard allows you to jump outside of Mars Arena as well. I kind of doubt it, but I wouldn't be surprised because it's you just kind of like, you don't teleport to the end of the staff, but you get there pretty quickly.
Yeah, he leaps at the end of his staff, and technically they also say you can't horizontally leave it, but you can, and with a lot of heroes, so Valve is very strange in that regard. I think when they added that patch change, it's literally just so that people don't get, torrent speared out of arenas every single time.
That was actually really funny. I did enjoy seeing that. Yeah, Dota very much exists on a third dimension. It's a three-dimensional game. Our terrain is not just for vision. Oh, my Magdai is stuck here, only for a couple seconds. Yeah,
I mean, it's always nice to see if you check like the hero point of view, and then you see how gigantic the trees actually are.
Yeah, and the centaurs too.
Yeah, the centaurs are just that centaur's bigger than the ancient black dragon. There is going to be an attempt though. Silence Ulti gets used. It's such a good arena, but the Lycan needs to find the right clicks to get rid of the supports. And now that one of the main supports
Monkey
is gone,
BKB
this
is
is looking
precise.
dangerous.
And it's not going to help among Daya out. Okay, so lots of resources used on the first life here. BKB's basically all expired. And this is, I think, yeah, this is going to be PL. This is his opening, his opportunity, because what can Are You Happy really do? Snowball, they're going to go in deeper. Kinetic Field is a little bit shy, actually. M11, they surpass it, and now they're onto, my goodness, they're onto the PL. And he is going down fast. Another Doppelganger, though, sees him out of trouble. The double buyback and Walrus Punch underneath these tier 4 towers. He will go down dead for 69 seconds. Not nice. He does not have buyback.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, that was quite disappointing damage, I might say. The Monkey King just has way too much armor, and he survived all of that. in very safe fashion.
Oh, Lycan
no.
in trouble. He's trying to TP out. No chance. Got buyback, but this is going to get real bad real fast. M11 have just cracked this game wide open.
Yeah, this Monkey King is now also done with the Aghanim Scepter. If he decides to send the courier to the actual outpost and not to the, not to the Roast Pit, we will have the full Ags to be delivered soon enough. And that increases the pushing power as well very heavily for the Radiant side.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's structures are
Fortify is going to get used here. You got Lycan back in 10 seconds. He will have Shapeshift ready. Age is still for another minute and 45 seconds, a little bit less now. But BKBs are coming off cooldown now. Monkey King just needs to die here, which he's going to do for free. And then he is going to now have mana and BKB ready to go. Global Silence as well at the ready. As in goes Among-Dai, he got kicked back. Global Silence, but they've actually caught the Monkey King against the spear with the arena wall. There's not enough damage though, and now he's even looking to turn. PL gets a 4-staff out. Static Storm is not going to save him. 1,000 damage per hit there. The Monkey King is going to condemn him. That big old Daedalus doing a lot of work now, and it looks like that is going to be M11's game basically just about done. They are punching their ticket, or very close to punching their ticket to get into day 2 of the Opens.
Yeah, they constantly find the real PL with the Jingu Mastery, and then the Roar came out. He was just stunned for way too long in that engagement, and the PL is not nearly as survivable as he would have liked. And also, Are You Happy is playing such a superb game on the Tusk because he catches everyone.
He's pretty, he's playing a pretty crazy game. I agree there. This one now, it seems like it's just about seconds away from ending with the Nyx Assassin barely making it out alive. Careful though, another kick on back. Among-Dai just never able to evade the evilness that is this darn guy. Oh, come on now, Ifrit. Come on, Ifrit. A little bit more respect than that, I think, is better in these kinds of matches. A little bit of all chat here, not necessarily appropriate or warranted. But it is a very strong game regardless from M11, even if there is a little bit of all chat towards the end. This game now all but over here, as if you'll go dive in here momentarily, it seems.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And a kick back, and a dead Lycan. Silence ulti again. But the PL just does not have damage or really survivability. He's just too far behind in terms of that. With this Monkey is very farmed, and again, Are You Happy is just constantly on the hunt and on the prowl. Does target the wrong one, but there it is, the GG call. That means M11 managed to make it to the top 8.
And that means they're going through to the final day. Well played. They certainly deserved it. And we'll be moving on. I think that means our bracket's likely set here. Let me go ahead and refresh our
I think there should be one more game.
Oh, and then I have to pay out the prediction. Well,
yeah, MVG versus Revo. Or Demoka Farm or something. They are up against Revo as the last game of the day. And okay, that is pretty heavy in favor of one team currently.
Yeah, so far it is. We'll take a look here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, this is the Razor. Oh, look, he's almost online too. Well, actually, maybe this can turn. What do you think? Razor, is he that strong?
He's also against Morphling, and Morphling turns into Razor.
Yeah, that is true. That is a fair point. And this Ember looks
actually he's getting sniped on the Morph.
I don't know, actually. Big old waveform away. He'll make it out alive. I think you're right. This one does seems hard, but not impossible. What were these lanes? It looks like it was like a mid-Razor? What the heck? How do you have a Razor, a Sniper, and a Monkey King? How has this happened?
Razor's an offlaner.
Ah, that's right, of course. The carry from the off lane. Right, okay, and then Monkey mid and Sniper safe, I
Dire's
assume.
bottom tower is under
Yeah, the
attack.
Amar thing, except for, you know, that he's now a safe laner.
That is right, yeah, Amar, he moved on. Done.
It's going to be a really fun
Dire's bottom
DPC
tower
season.
has fallen.
So many different teams, so many new orgs that join. I mean, NA even has Shopify now as a sponsor.
That's right. That is right. That is super exciting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the season a ton, especially with all of the teams that we've seen, even alone in this first qualifier. I imagine we might see Zen a little bit more in the future qualifiers, but they were eliminated today by Neon, and it was an excellent first-round game. Had a little bit of base racing as well, some very fun finishes, even if it meant that Dreamwalkers couldn't win. But here goes now. Oh, I don't know how to say this team. Demoka Farm. Oh,
Big Demoka Farm. That was a lot of damage in very quick succession. So
Yeah.
ulti gets used.
that's pretty decent here. Global as well prevents an immediate bit of follow-up, but the Razor on a Razor action is not going that well for the Razor. Not going that well for the Morphling either, though. He's a bit worse off for wear. So it seems like they have been repelled from this high ground push, even if it does mean that they don't really get any kills other than the Aegis. Not a bad hold. Ember doesn't have any remnants, so he can't remnant home and immediately continue pushing. So this is a very, very strong win for this Dire side.
Yeah, they do already have top set of racks, obviously, but the Sniper is still very capable in defending the high ground. See any interesting items. Morphling's going for the Ags, steal all the stats, which I think he steals in attack speed, right? Yeah, 70 attack speed from the Razor, and he's most likely going to keep turning into the Razor.
Yeah, that seems to be the move. A bit of a dive from the Tusk. Yeah, he'll be killed off for that one. In comes the Razor now once again. Bloodstone
Oh,
ready.
that damage.
Full Eternal Shroud. Good roots. Oh, good opportunity there for a kill as Maiden does need to be interrupted. My goodness. Okay, maybe not. I guess Razor just runs in.
Does not care about the freezing field at all. Just pops his bloodstone,
Why
walks up.
Why
back
are
to
there
full
3
HP.
bounties here?
And luck only grabs the one. That's severely disappointing.
Yeah, you gotta stop him from getting those double refills. Okay. Not bad though. That's what I mean. Like this Razor, he's getting online. He's got plate mail now, so very tanky.
I think he actually might have even been able to kill the Ember Spirit there if he wanted to.
It would have been tight, right? And a bit scary next to the outpost, but for sure, I probably would have given it a go, which is why I'm casting and not playing.
I mean, he does 450 pure damage with a Vendetta hit. That's a lot of damage.
Well, that's a lot of damage. I don't know. I'd have to check the tapes, honestly.
Gold is a great
Not
conductor.
100% sure.
Might also just be a little bit scared for losing the hero in such a situation where it could cost your team the game, considering you're already one set of racks behind.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, and you're one game away, it should be said, from getting to the relative safety that is best of threes. I think you ask almost any team, maybe I would reckon there's like maybe a handful of teams in the world that would prefer a best of one. But almost all of them would like a best of 3. It's more security. You don't necessarily get cheesed so hard. I mean, it's stressful. It's really stressful. So a lot that's on the line here, right? You're a couple of games away from potentially making it through to the DPC. But first of all, you're so close to having a successful day one, right? That can do so much for a team, considering that there's 4 rounds of
Deceptive rune
qualifiers.
of invisibility.
Yeah, it's. It is definitely a big plus if you have a best of 3 to look forward to. But a lot of teams also bank on having the advantage of playing, best of ones. They have the cheese. Lil Gun, for instance, is one of those teams. They are the cheese.
They are the cheese. Yeah, true. Some people are molded by the cheese. Some people are moldy cheese. Oh, you didn't like that one?
No, that's disgusting.
Some people do like moldy cheese. In any case. I don't know. I think this is certainly a Radiant favored game. Oh, this Morphling has Ag. Or, sorry, yeah, Ag Scepter. So, this is a hero I thought we were going to see a ton of, and we did see a lot of at TI, because basically you can just put the 1 point in Attribute Shift, and then just have 2 points in Adaptive Strike, and really, really, really do a lot of damage, without really risking your life too much. And that didn't really pan out. We didn't see him too much, and I think it's got to do because this Ag Scepter build, to me, just doesn't really seem like this hero has like their identity in order, you know? And by that I mean like old Morphling was like shotgun morph. You pick him as an anti-agility carry and he blows up, you know, your TBs and whatnot. I'm not really sure what this new morph is meant to do.
I like him if you are up against a decent strength hero, so you can steal status resistance, because that's just insane.
I agree, that sounds good. For the most part, I always see him picked against agility heroes still, generally.
Most of the time, yeah. It's still a hero that has insane armor gain, obviously. Does have some downsides to him, though, but right now there is a bit of an engagement coming out. Lycan charging for the backline, gets rid of Myut, and that is the sniper dead without a buyback available. So the Ember Spirit went
he has no mana.
maybe a little bit too deep.
Yeah, and oh, he even juked me. No, he's dead. Yeah, that mana burn did a lot of work, and now with plenty of damage stolen, 89 to be in fact. Oh, Crystal Maiden. Look at that. BK beat up on top of the rock. Heck yeah, sister. Let it go. But now it's time to run, unfortunately. Nice little pushback there, courtesy of the Psychic Headband. Does actually save her life for now on the Maiden, but it's actually Trojan who is in trouble. Has the morph, and is going to steal it now, so he's stolen a bit of attack speed. I'm not sure how much this is really doing. The fight also breaking down really bad around them. No snipers, sure, but still plenty of damage now on these three heroes as he's being completely abandoned. Maiden's going to leave him, and down they go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they got the tier 3 tower at the very least. A bit of damage on the tier 4s coming in, but yeah, that fight looked like it was going a lot better. However, the Razor is, you know, he's also got that Shiva's guard, so the Razor is getting to a point where it's just incredibly hard to kill him. Luckily enough, they could kite him a decent during that fight, but as an off laner, he just turns into the safe laner and, well, a big fat nuisance for the Radiant side, because you just, if he pops Bloods, you can't kill him. Crystal Maiden stands there with the ulti, and he just overheals that ulti damage.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. I agree. There's a full AC up as well, which is going to severely limit this Morphling's damage, because he is mostly a right-clicker these days. Hence the Dragon Lance, right, to really assist them, because that hero's got a pitiful attack range. My goodness. So that's what I mean. Like, I saw this lineup. I saw the Bloodstone being completed. I see a Sniper continuing to scale decently. Yes, against this Lycan, he does have some issues, but I don't know. Seems like this one's not all completely lights out. I also really want to commend in that fight. I'm not sure how to pronounce this name. Ilkaroy, perhaps? Ilkaroy, with a fantastic smoke reveal there. Glimmer caping himself up and then kind of getting in there to make sure that he could reveal the enemies. Got 4 heroes with the Arcane Curse, but most importantly, completely revealed the smoke and turned that fight. Another good global now out from him, as they may be able to 100-0 the Lycan. Not quite, and they're going to lose the Nyx Assassin. Now the Freezing Field here, once again being completely healed over and through, but it's the Monkey King in trouble and dead, and now 1 versus 4 and made 5 by the buyback of the Tusk. It is going to be a full wipe. Wow.
That went very, very quickly. The Ember Spirit did all the damage. Okay. Oh, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, so he just jumped all the way through the entire fight and whittled them down. This sniper also not as survivable as the sniper we saw earlier today. Just very squishy, dies in half a second. And the Morphling, once he joined the fight, it was already pretty much over, because he He gets close to one-shot territory. He's got the Satanic now done as well. He's so survivable. They do have a Scotty to counter him, and they do have the Shivas, which are both really good counters to the Morphling, but he's not alone. He also does have that Ember behind him.
Good stun. Careful here. This Razor once again going in. It has used Bloodstone, and my goodness, has completely murdered the Crystal Maiden. Careful though. This fight now without a Tusk. Monkey King responding shortly. They've gotten the Megas, but and actually the Sniper as well. Yeah, Trojan is just way too strong. Actually, has full Satanic. Hasn't even used it yet in this engagement. So a cheeky little blink there, burning a little bit more mana. There's just enough remaining for the Impale, but it's just going to whiff. And now Trojan here, how well can he fight versus the Monkey King? Pretty well, actually. There's not even this Monkey. They can't even kill this Ember. He just simply walks away from him. Boundless Strike misses as well. Morphling still is fighting, by the way. Has murdered the Razor. He refuses to die. No one is dying on this Radiant side. Morphling continues. He's got way more strength to Morph into. They're never going to kill him. And that's GG.
Yep, that is it. The Dire team gets eliminated, and the last team to join the top 8 is the Mocha Farm.
Indeed. We'll take a look at some of the stats and set up our day for tomorrow before we go ahead and call it. Because that is going to be all the matches fully completed. We are done with the first day of Open Qualifiers here in the C region. Sorry for the rough start, but glad we figured it out towards the end. Shout out to Smoke for telling me to adjust the setting, and somehow that worked, because I wasn't allowed to spectate any games. But it's not a performance from Demoka Farm here. Clearly, I mean, this Ember Spirit, this Morphling, looks like they had more or less a completely uncontested game. And as far as we can see, it's actually a pretty strong start for Revo. So I'm curious as well how this changed. Looks like there was some fight right after the 20-minute mark that really set things in motion here. I'm curious as to what that could have been just before the 20-minute mark. But a very strong showing from Demoka Farm, as they will close out their day with a win, and they proceed on to the best of threes, which will be taking place tomorrow. We can go ahead and move along and see a bit more now of the teams and what their journey is going to be looking like tomorrow. We have, of course, only 2 teams that are going to be going through on each round of the qualifiers. So we need to whittle these 8 down to 2. But we will also play this grand final match, which normally in years past wasn't played, to determine the seeding. So, yeah, that'll be a big one. Neon Esports versus Virgo, Demoka Farm versus Drinkwater, which we didn't see today, RZ Esports versus Team M11, and Lil Gun versus #Reaper. What do you think is going to be the craziest match?
I think Lil Gun versus #Reaper seems like a very good one, because of course Lil Gun's always wild with their micro hero antics, and #Reaper is a name that I have definitely watched a lot of matches of, so I would say that one seems to be the scariest.
Right. There you have it. Straight from the word of the Truman. And you know what they say, it must be true if it's from the man, right?
Yes, I should really change my name.
Well, come on. That was just making a little pun there, my friend. Not to worry. The name's all good. But that's going to do it for today, Mr. Truman. Do you have any final words of wisdom or tips or advice for the people?
I mean, not necessarily tips, but I am looking forward towards, because I won't be here tomorrow, unfortunately, but I'm looking forward towards the other Open Qualifier days, because there are so many teams that have been eliminated that I want to see come back and try it again. Of course, the team that springs to mind the most is going to be Atomic Esports, the team that is filled with 5 ePulse Prime players, and they definitely have to make it far in the next iteration of the Open Qualifiers.
Yep, I hope so too. And we'll be looking forward to that. But tomorrow, we're on to 3 best of 3s for then. So if you guys enjoyed the coverage and want to watch some more SCA data with us tomorrow, make sure you drop us a follow to get notified when we go back live at 1 p.m. for the best of 3s. 8 teams remain from, I think, the original 34, 35 that we began with. We're going to whittle them down to 2 and see who is the overall winner tomorrow when we finish up the Open Qualifiers round number 1. Until then, guys, stay safe, and we hope to see you tomorrow when we return. See ya.